I was never book smart. I'm money smart. Makes me more intelligent. You can call me Mr. Rock Festival. I got hella bands. Shorty cute, and her circle too. Told her, get a friend. She gonna make me slide with my dog like I'm Beck from Mighty Number 9. Hello, Charkie. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, Cass.
Hello.
Welcome one and all to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Welcome to Mighty Number 9, Episode 3, the conclusion, finale, finally, of this playthrough, of this infamous Kickstarter disaster, spiritual successor to MegaMan from the father of MegaMan. And hot damn, what a mess it has been. But this is one of the big ones. This is one of the big bad games out there, so I'm glad to have this one on the show. I'm glad to have this soon to be in the rear view mirror. I will be glad to do, after we finish the game and sample a bit of the DLC, to provide the post-release history of this game, since we did leave folk hanging. The first episode of the series of the playthrough has the full 2-hour history section about, the Kickstarter campaign, the things leading up to it, but now the story will be told about the where are they now, at the end of all things. How about you two? How are you looking forward to this, I should ask? Charkie?
I'm looking forward to getting this dusted, to, finally finishing this game that I have tried to play, several times and fallen off of. I don't think I'm having anywhere near as painful an amount of time playing this as you and Johnny had in that first episode. It's not good. It's still not a good game, but I'm not, truly suffering through it, despite the fact that there's some, truly heinous level design in here. No, I'm looking forward to getting this under my belt. I've been trying to get a lot of games done lately, and this is just going to be another one.
Nothing better than to feel contractually obligated to finish a game. There's nothing better than feeling like, I just want to get this over with. That's the feeling that game designers, they pray for when they're designing a game that they hope to.
Not in the sense. It's I feel like if someone's like, you know what, I never saw Casablanca, let me watch it. I don't think the entire thing they're going I gotta watch Casablanca. Now is my number 9 a Casablanca? Fuck no. But I'm still gonna be glad to get this under my belt to say I played through all of Mighty Number 9.
Mighty Number 9 is barely an Alien Private Eye, if we're doing Casablanca comparisons here. Johnny, how about you?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this ends, because, I didn't want to play more in my own time to see it. Even when I started to understand how the game's played, it's so anti-me, the specific things about me in game design, this game does tenfold. So I am curious to see how this ends. And, it's a big one. But, and there's some fun history post. Things do not go all fine and dandy as you suspect, and in ways you wouldn't suspect.
Very good. And with that, before we get to the game, we can stall that business off just a little bit longer. We, of course, have a contractually obligate segment of the show that we put on, but it's okay because we willingly signed up for this. This was by choice that we are locked into this perpetual segment that is Charkie Stream Snack.
Tonight's stream snack is Blue Bunny cookie dough ice cream. It's very good. I'm almost out though, so I'm gonna have to head to the store tomorrow, get more ice cream or something. Something real quick to have before the show, since I'm not gonna be able to sit here and eat a bowl of something while I'm playing Mighty Number 9. Hopefully I'll be able to drink. And to drink, I have Celsius Electric Vibe Sparkling Tropical Freeze. I figured electric, robots, there was an electric boss master, whatever, in this game. So yeah, Electric Vibe. Now, Celsius. I have a history of not liking Celsius drinks. Just pretty much across the board. But I haven't tried this flavor. Maybe they did this one okay. Let's see. Whoa. Well, okay, come back to me. I need to ruminate on this one.
All right. Well, I'll be drinking my Monster Voodoo Grape since I found a 4-pack of that. I thought they discontinued it. I legitimately worried they discontinued my current favorite Monster flavor, and I'd have to go back to Ultraviolet, but I found, by provenance, a 4-pack, so I am good to go for the time being.
Okay. The first taste, the very first taste that hits your mouth, it's almost like a snow cone. Kind of like a condensed milk snow cone kind of a flavor. That fades real quick, and it turns into, the best way I can describe it is like grape cough syrup. Like, it tastes like I'm drinking lean or something.
Sign me up.
Oh no, this is not good. This is, honestly, when I say grape cough syrup, the taste isn't so much, it's not, the grape part isn't the strongest flavor. It's what's the medicine in, like, in Robitussin that,
Oh, don't ask me.
that gets you fucked up? It's Robitussin taste, really, is what really is coming through. And it's supposed to be, what, tropical? So I would imagine, like, I don't know, pineapple or mango or something. Not Robitussin. God, this is awful. I'm gonna have to drink this quick just so it's gone.
I be on that purple Sprite. I be on that purple Sprite. What are you up to, Johnny? What are you eating? and
Yeah,
drinking?
Johnny, what you got?
Yeah, I have a caramel latte, and I do have some leftover cake from someone's birthday. It's got like a chocolate flavor. I had a takeout chicken burger earlier today. And when I say earlier today, I'm talking like 8 to 8 hours ago, and I still feel like I'm full. It's weird. It's I feel so bloated from it. Bulbous.
Oh, this stream is so bad. Oh my god. Okay, no, I have to finish this. I need the caffeine.
Yeah.
Chug, 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 chug,
Okay.
chug.
Just like
God,
my number 9.
I'm having a distinct physical reaction when I bring the thing to my mouth. Like, my entire body shudders and tries to pull the drink away. Like, no, don't. I gotta chug. Uh-oh.
Just like my number 9, you gotta finish it. Get in the rear view.
We suffer for our work, folks.
God. Fuck. Oh, that was fucking terrible. Oh, God. I need someone to come with me when I go shopping and remind me, if I see a new flavor of Celsius, just don't pick it up. Just don't get that. An anti-sponsor of the Charkie Stream Stack. Charkie Stream Stack. Just do not get Celsius. Holy shit.
An unceremonious end to the Celsius arc of Charkie Stream Snack, I must say.
I still have a Celsius downstairs too, like an older one that's just been sitting there. Like I don't like throwing out food. I'm gonna make an exception, I think.
Use it for target practice.
Maybe. All right. I'm gonna go put this can away while we start. So that'll do it for Charkie Stream Snack.
Very good.
God.
Well, we'll get the game started for you. I forgot to turn the music off. Whoopsies. We will get the game started for you as we move to the main stage. We'll pop up in front. You do what you gotta do. Aye, aye, aye. Here at the end of all things.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta remember where the chat box goes. How close to the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
All the heads-up display elements and so forth.
I will say this playthrough did inspire some folks in the Discord also to complete this game. I believe we have one user, Sandra, who is doing all achievements, I believe. Which concluding some of them are like beat the game in the one-hit death mode. Yeah, they're going.
Luis PSC in chat says, I don't know which snack drink was worse than this on over the years. I can tell you the worst one. It was
options. Turn the retro music off.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Might as well do that now.
The worst one was that time I had the coconut drink thing, but it was actually coconut and apple cider vinegar as a drink. That was the worst stream snack drink I've ever had.
The
That
worst
was,
is when I accidentally
midway.
drank my Jenkum on stream, and whoa, never mind.
That was midway through one of the episodes of Enter the Matrix. I do remember that. Anyway. Yeah, we're close to the end. I think we have like 4 bosses left.
Go ahead and choose your next target.
We got 2
We
stages.
Adjust grab. New
I
tip.
do want to adjust some stuff here. Alright, so I have Brandish on B. Counter Shade. I don't want Counter Shade there. I want Aviator on there. There's one more I know like I'm going to specifically need, but I don't think I'm going to need it on Instant Demand. I might as well though. It's which one of these is the battalion? That's it.
Yeah. I was thinking about this actually, that this game uses
New
like every button on the controller.
Go ahead and choose your next target.
We don't know, obviously. I wonder how this would have controlled on Vita and 3DS. I assume 3DS, the bottom screen, you would have had some of the inputs. Who
maybe
knows
you
what they were planning with the Vita?
use the back touchscreen for the Vita. Who knows? All right, so prison and robot factory. I say we go for the prison first.
Yeah, sure.
I don't have any foreknowledge. I just am going to go from left to right.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh. Who ever heard of breaking into a prison? But we need to talk to Blackwell, so come on, Call.
All right, question from chat. Vince Fucking Cheese asks, it's good ask just in case, is Charkie going to play the online, and will you play the 3.5 hours of credits? Second, answer the second part of that question, no. First part of that question, I'm hesitant to try online, if only to try to wrangle all that shit together on the fly without knowing how it works.
Yeah,
Cass, that's your call, though.
Maybe a bonus episode
Any prison.
where we sit through all 3.5 hours of the credits. That's what I call, is that we just have an episode that's just watching the credits in full. As for the online, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Depends
Yeah,
on
it did
how
time
long.
Just need to
logistics,
search
yeah.
every nook and cranny until we find a way in.
Mess up
Do
that
you want to
line.
do a second take on that?
Any prison, we'll just need to search every nook and cranny until we find a way in.
I could see that being delivery.
It's
Don't say it
naturalistic.
again.
Yeah.
Just need to search every...
Well, okay.
You, all set, then?
I guess it does fit in with his general
System
bumbling dialogue thing. Which is weird. Isn't he supposed to be like a smart scientist or something?
Be the main prison building. Dr. Blackwell's cell will be deeper
Oh, wait.
inside.
Yep.
Is this the call level?
Mm-hmm.
We'll need key cards to access the maximum
shit.
security.
Good thing you bound those power-ups.
Please wait here.
I'll need it later. All right. Call controls differently, I think. Right, okay.
Jump.
So she has a shield. That's it.
She can do the worm.
Do that. Spin test.
Nice, nice.
Hold jump.
Wait.
Jump. 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 Jump.
Slide. Slide.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
Oh, this is going to get annoying.
Yeah.
Shoot. 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 Crouch.
Oh, there's
crouch.
a key card. It's in a box outside the door.
It's like hiding your, key to your house under your welcome mat.
Yep.
I hope those bullets reach Dr. Sanda on the other side. I know you need
head
to
for
bust that
asking, why
box
did they why is she programmed like this?
Oh shit. Did just say jump?
Yeah.
Back off. Back off. Why didn't you give me a gun that works?
Yeah.
It's because she's a stealth character. There's no reason why she can't have a functional firearm just in case.
Jump. Jump. Hold jump. Hold jump. Holding.
Oh my god.
Holding jump.
Scientifically crafted to be the most annoying character possible.
God, this game really was jealous of Mega Man X7.
Holding. Holding.
It's like, no, that was peak. That's the peak of the voice acting in the series.
No, this is sick, actually.
Burn it to the ground. Burn it to the ground.
Woo!
Hey. Oh, shit.
Oh, okay. Part of me was... What if he was just going to never turn or move?
Move.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
standing right on the thing.
Oh, this is game design right here.
Climbing.
Opening door.
Open the door.
Opening the door.
Get in on the floor. Now walk in the dinosaur.
Whoa, a patch service bot. Perfect timing. Call.
Standing.
Plug in to recharge your shield energy. Use that as fuel to power your energy barrier. Press the shield button to activate it.
Charging complete.
I wasn't charging so much as putting a shield on, putting something on your back.
An energy shield.
Doctor, why was I made to feel?
Just, you never know.
Why do I want?
You know.
Also, that answer just makes me think that he's not telling you the truth. That's not like a reassuring answer.
Listen, you were always meant to be the super fighting robot around here.
Jump. Hold it, jump. Jump. Hold it, jump.
You know, it's,
I feel like if they're gonna do this with this character, go like all the way and make literally everything something that she calls out. Shoot, 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 shoot. You know?
jetpack, jetpack, jetpack.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
Like, to me, like, this structurally, like, putting this as, like, the penultimate level, or maybe there's a level after the two that we have here. Maybe it goes prison to the next level, and then there's, like, another level you unlock, Wiley's Castle style.
Yeah, I assume there's going
I
to be a
think
level for all the bosses again.
Yes, there is a boss rush in this game. I know that much for sure. I don't think this is technically the penultimate level. That's not. Ugh.
Either way, to have one level with Call and have it at the end of the game, as opposed to, like,
Amazing!
peppering it in throughout the game, like having little, like, side missions where you introduce these mechanics and introduce this character and her gameplay. Just sneaking in at the last second.
Johnny, you know better than I. Was this like a Kickstarter backer goal to have a call level?
Yeah, it might not have been called down the stretch goals, but yeah, this screams of a stretch goal that wasn't in the original design doc, and then they just kind of, you know, lazily plopped in. Okay, yeah, we'll do it here. Surprising amount of the game content was stretch goals, like the intro level where they give you a basic tutorial was a.
How did Dr. Sanda get past
goal.
all the giant robots with the giant, like, cones of vision and the machine guns?
Well, he just walks in the back plane. There's no enemies there.
He's like Fez from Fez.
Focus on hacking the terminal.
Yeah.
I will try to neutralize any threats.
Oh, bad news on the neutralizing any threats part. I'm not well equipped.
I guess you have to use your shield somehow.
They self-destruct after a while.
Now, bear in mind,
so-
she can't absorb anything, so the stun state here is completely useless.
Yeah. Like, I knew plot-wise she can't stun anything, or she can't do the Zell absorption, but I was like, why would they give it to her? That's not a thing she can do. Oh, wait. I do have a dash. Alright, hold up. We need to test that later.
This is
What do I do?
a way to start this episode. Because this seems like it sucks.
Okay, that shield doesn't
Alright.
work on that.
Yep, and it took half your health. So that's really cool. Good shield. Good thing it doesn't take a step forward, otherwise you'd be fucked.
Yeah. Can I just duck under?
I wonder if you need to jump, shoot the center thing. Yep.
Yes. Yep. All right.
That's kind of annoying seeing how this seems to control. Just watching at least.
Yeah, I don't have too many frames to work with when it comes to jumping up, hitting the thing, getting back down. This is as fast as I can fire, by the way, so you know.
Yeah, it seems fucking
I'm
miserable.
mashing the button.
Have a quick look again.
All right, let's see if I can do the dash. No. Okay. So I can dash, but it does not do anything to those things.
Purely traversal.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this was one of the last stretch goals, was a single-player crawl stage and boss.
Just the one. Let's just stop the design all these bespoke character mechanics and like stealth hooks, and then only make one level with it. Because that's what we said. That's what we said.
Right.
We make a level.
Okay, Doctor, you're free to just do whatever you want now. We're no longer under attack. Hey, look at me back there.
Yeah,
Real
peace has been
time.
achieved.
Oh, you can even see me in the TV
Yeah.
Am I missing some sort of, like, mechanic with her? Some way that she controls?
No,
Yeah,
I
you'd
think she's just this lackluster. Unless maybe she has like a charge shot or something, but
Doesn't seem like it. Come on, right on me. Hey, go for the doctor instead. How about that? You're right next to me.
Interesting.
What is it, Call?
I often detect an aversion to combat in Beck's vocal patterns, while I have no such reluctance. Question:
I'm a cold-hearted killer.
Professor White include that hesitation in his design? It's illogical.
Yes, well, that,
Yo, Dr. Sonderman! Did you call some call, huh? Thank the maker I reached you. I scouted up ahead and spotted a nasty guard dog. I'm talking one sick puppy. But I got a pro tip. Blast his big eye first. It's his weak point. Then go for massive damage.
It's not only Beck. All of Professor White's designs have such contradictions.
Anyway, I like killing now.
Attack its weak point
Charging.
for massive damage. The problem is, they're calling it a dog. It's not an enemy crab. If it was an enemy
Right.
crab, then that joke would parse. But
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, attacking something's weak point for massive damage is a logical thing to say.
Error.
It is a reference, to be clear, but it is
I me
logically
too.
consistent as a sentence when talking about a video game.
oh, cool. I'm glad that it just stopped short.
Because I need to get that.
Warning. Barrier.
Oh,
Grabbing.
You notice he has like a different vocal call for grabbing and holding.
oh, they're two different things.
Barrier.
Yay.
When she says barrier, she sounds like a kid at like in a playground at school, being like,
Yeah.
"I use my barrier."
Oh, nice.
Fuck.
Oh, not nice.
Where's the
They
checkpoint?
couldn't get away with one level without putting a
Here.
death pit. You couldn't see below you.
Ready.
I was worried we were going to have any real bullshit checkpointing in this.
I find it interesting that she has that one item pickup that has its little bespoke animation. And that's not really something this game does for pickups.
All right. Yeet. Okay.
See, it's funny. Like when I think of Capcom style games, you know, Keiji Inafune was with them for over 2 decades. When they would do extra characters, they would normally build them in a way where they're overpowered, so that they can play through like whatever like base content they already have. And that's the complete opposite design philosophy with Cole here. Like she could not do any of the Beck levels like this.
Oh, fuck off. Really?
All right, that's a lot tighter than I thought.
Carmen in chat says, Cass was definitely the kid who would say they put up their magic invincible barrier and take no damage. No, when kids tried that with me, I would just punch them. For real. I'd just be like, well, you know what beats your magic barrier is my fucking fist. So, it's...
But that's cheating. That's not magic. I do have vague memories of doing some playground game where we pretend to have laser guns and someone claiming I missed them, and it's like, I was pointing at you and you didn't move. What do you mean? Trying to get into debates about imaginary lasers.
I know, I feel like everyone when I was a kid was just like, there was more like tangible stuff. Like, you know, we were hitting each other with sticks, right? Like, you know, so at a certain point, it's...
That is so ridiculously tight. Because if I...
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to go like really far to the left, dash to the right, just hoping I stop right before that lip there, and then dash to the right again.
Charging complete.
Like, again, if this was a character you had experience with, but you had a previous stage or two to familiarize yourself with, like, you know, the exact mechanics of their jumps and their dash and so on and so forth, that's one thing. You've not been playing this character for more than 10 minutes.
Sorry, little guy. I didn't mean to hit you.
Right.
Like that.
Charging complete. Jump. Barrier.
Dash. What am I supposed to do?
You need to be closer. You were too far left.
Yeah.
What could you possibly give me?
Oh,
that
there
would
we
help?
go. Yeah, perfect.
Will this will solve all your problems.
Ready.
I mean, this might actually kill things.
Jump.
Now just imagine if the gun worked like this all the time, if it just had this fire rate.
It doesn't kill everything correctly. That thing still needs to just wait until it blows up.
Grabbing. Barrier. Warning. Jump.
And it's run out.
God. No fun allowed. That was the design philosophy behind every decision made.
Does
Hey, I don't have to go get that health arrow.
Charging complete.
Oh, he's the guy who trained the Ninja Turtles.
Shut up. Okay, a little more right, little more right, little more right. Yep.
All right.
Oh, that is too tight.
That is like so tight. That is tighter than it looks, I swear.
Oh, fade to black and
How did Dr. Sanda get through that fucking spike maze? How did he crawl through that shit?
This little dog took me here.
Call, do you remember Avi's advice?
Affirmative, Doctor. Knock the eye out first.
Hint. Vision camera destroyed. Good hint. Why?
Is that a hint?
Why are they working so hard to be like, and here's all the tips and tricks, and here's how you do this, boss? Why now? Like you couldn't figure this
Yeah.
shit out on your own?
It's so weird
Kraken?
considering how little handholdy stuff this game has after that opening level.
Okay, I think the only way I can hurt him is that eye thing, unless I am missing something.
Shoot him in the butt? Does he hurt himself, or when his mouth is open?
Can't
No?
really shoot that.
Maybe you reflect the bullets with the shield back at him.
No, I'm gonna run out of energy real quick if I just do that. Oh, does
I'm
he?
curious.
Does that damage him when he eats that? No. Yeah, Johnny, I know you're looking up. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I'll
This
let you
feels
know
like
when
it's
it has,
taking too long.
Warning. Error.
You see the bullets ricocheting when you use the shield, right?
Yeah, but I don't get a refill on that energy. It's not like Beck's weapon. So when that runs out, that just runs out. Also seems
Okay,
to
I have-
never want to actually go for him.
So I have one pro tip from the long play. When he does the, you know, you've taken out his eye and he's doing loads of shots, you can just crouch under him and do absolutely nothing. Because this is a fun design boss. Okay,
Oh,
there you go. You figured
okay.
that out.
While he's eating,
Fun-
I have to.
Somehow you've synced up with the long play. I don't know how this has happened.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just
just-
do this.
Yeah. A little
right,
closer,
cool.
but yes.
All right, good to know.
But no, aside, you are doing this as intended.
It's just the
But
way
the
it's
main- yeah.
intended sucks. It
But yeah,
takes
the main
forever.
thing is pushing the enemies into its mouth. I don't mind that
then
on paper. I
continue
just
to
wish,
attack.
you know, it would be nice if they had established it earlier in the stage,
Hobby's advice?
like a mechanic where you knock.
Affirmative, Doctor.
You know what's dumb?
Eye out first.
I'm gonna mention this. One of the recent Glitch Productions pilot is for something called Gamerverse, made by Rubber Ross, and he did commentary with his wife Giri, and he mentions in the show that he intentionally has like little interlude sections that set up gameplay moments that pay off in the boss because he wanted to make a show that actually represented how video games are designed. And he put more thought into it than this fucking game, which is a real video game.
Well, define a
He's
real
like, "Oh, yeah."
video game.
Like, here's this encounter, this enemy that you hit into like a power outlet, and because it's electric eel, it charges it, and then in the boss fight, you do the same thing. It's like, yeah, just little touches like that. This game doesn't really do. You know, like earlier hints. Because yeah, I like that as an idea, that mechanic. It's just they should have done something in her level to teach you, like, hey, maybe it's a good idea to knock these enemies into something that looks like this guy's mouth.
I don't think it is knocking enemies in the mouth. I think it's just the claw enemy just damages it when he eats it, and the other one just
Also-
restores the eye.
I can't knock them into its mouth per se. Like
Well,
he will
you
just
push-
come at it.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But still, just something to establish that, hey, throw in,
Oh, I
you know,
can shoot
getting
way
this enemy
quicker.
in. Yeah.
Why
It's
why
the-
did I shoot way quicker for a moment?
It's
there?
got. Oh.
It's not proximity.
It is. Well, at least when the shots get absorbed, it is. Like classic Mega Man. But, you know, just something to establish, hey, this is something you can do in this fight.
No, eat it. Eat the thing.
Don't just stand there, eat it. Don't just stare at it.
Oh, that's why. Okay, right, because those things explode.
Yeah, ultimately you spawned it way too close to the boss.
Do I have? No, I don't have recover.
Look at that thing. That thing wanted to just hit you on the.
see that shot. Okay, what you got for me this time? The whole
Full
suite.
suite. Too bad they expire
Doesn't-
so fucking quickly that it doesn't matter, and it wouldn't matter anyway because it doesn't help for this
Yeah.
fight.
Call, do you remember Avi's advice?
No.
Affirmative, Doctor. Knock the eye out first.
Thank God they reached the Kickstarter goal for this. I don't know what this game would have been without this boss fight and exclusive level.
Also, I'm not even gonna bother for the ducking thing anymore, just because like I keep getting hit when it like goes back down.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess it's there in a pinch if you run out of shield somehow. Yeah, this playthrough has made me wonder how much Keiji... I started getting the impression Keiji Inafune might not have actually had that much involvement in the design process. 'Cause, you know, I
feel like he had none.
involved. Yeah, because he was involved a decent amount with MegaMan stuff.
I mean,
also
this is clearly
covering
a
the
case
history.
of he came up with the character designs and then left the team to figure out what to do with them.
Yeah. And at certain points, he'd come in and like play a demo and just go like, "Oh yeah, look at that," and that's about it. Especially
Wow,
because
you
like
made
doing
the
the
little guy
history,
move. That's cool. All right.
yeah, and some stuff we'll cover in the epilogue as well. He wasn't just doing this. Like he had, you know, multiple. What's it? Pots in the kitchen? I know
Irons
that's not
in the
same.
fire.
Irons, yeah.
The kitchen has
I
multiple
mean-
pots. Usually,
Yeah, I
typically,
see-
you would hope it would.
Yeah. Ed was saying that I think that's taking him off the hook. Well, no, I'm saying that his absence is probably a big reason this has issues. If anything, I'm saying he should have been on the hook more. You know, the most we have is that statement from the live stream where he says, like, look, I'm the guy in charge, so any of the problems with the game, put it on me. But it's not like he gets into anything specific and says, oh yeah, this weird design choice, that was my idea. Yeah, as I mentioned in the history section, they talk about issues with the game. They don't talk about the idea of, like, improving it. They're just like, oh yeah, the next thing.
Let's learn.
Because we'll do a next thing, promise.
It's called Red Ash. You'll love it.
It's not canceled, technically.
Yeah. Fuse Iced Tea is going to bring out any day now.
Yeah. Whatever. Just eat this and end the fight. I feel like that was very lucky getting that 3 times in a row.
Because what you want in a boss fight is for to come down to luck, ultimately.
Mission clear.
And I never have to play as her again, I hope. 0 cell absorption rate. D rank.
Oh, no wonder you got a D, yeah.
Awarded.
Dr. Sanda, give me a real gun next time. Send me back out there.
Oh, so we're not gonna
I
even get to
tasted
see the
blood.
cutscene where like they meet with fucking Dr. Blackwell or whatever.
That they didn't reach that stretch goal.
Fuck.
Okay. No, I'll spoil that. You will see that. I don't know where.
The tips have been added. Were they tips for the level I just... Oh, no, they're tips for co-op challenge.
Yep.
Play as Beck or Call.
You cannot play the same character.
Oh, yeah, no way. You could recolor the character.
Why would you want 2 people playing Beck at the same time? I mean, why would you want 2 people playing Call at the same time, rather?
Why would you want anyone playing Call? This is such a fucking stupid idea. Unless these
So
are
she
bespoke
tails.
stages. These do look like bespoke stages that might be
Yes.
okay for. I was just imagining like a co-op mode. You're playing through the campaign, and it's just Call just banging her head against every single
Yeah,
one
no,
of like the...
it's not that. But,
Oh, Sanda's gone.
yeah. That's a... Oh. Boop, boop, boop. That is a minor pet peeve of mine, but the fact that you have to unlock the online modes is weird. Say you want to load this up and just play with your friends, like, oh, well, no, you have to play through.
All right, give me 1 second. Just gonna move the chat box up a little bit. Around there. I'm gonna change the volume just 1%. Okay.
I wonder if we would have gotten different explanation and advice if we didn't immediately go to the prison.
Possibly, but also who cares? There's been some comments about call and concept art and so on and so forth, Johnny. If you could read from Vince Vodka Cheese's comment forward.
Yeah, we got a cutscene here too.
Oh, hang on.
Every robot you see. Our
Let's see. Okay, yeah.
factory core.
Oh, hang on. Okay, Patrick's
All right.
done. I don't know if in the previous streams, but during the development of this game, there was a contest for Cool's design, and the winner, the official one, well, won the contest because the art of her showing different expressions, all of them nowhere in the game. No, I did not know that.
Yeah, I think we got a YouTube comment to that effect too, where someone was mad that we didn't mention the fact that she won a contest. I mean, that's whatever. It's a minor detail in my opinion.
Look, there was a lot of things that went wrong with the Kickstarter, and we could not cover every single one. Otherwise, it would have been like it would have been a history section as long as the credits.
Oh, wait.
But I mean, it's also somewhat telling, I guess, that the design that won is what if roll, but off-brand.
Yeah, or that lady from the MegaMan X games.
Had to remember for a second what game I was playing.
Iris.
Yeah. No, the Game Boy Advance ones.
Oh, I don't remember.
Zero, I meant. Sorry, I said X. I realized. Yeah, no, I've seen her briefly, but she looks a lot like Cool. Let me see if I can find her.
The security system is scrambled. As it is, you must hit the panel there to open the door. Only remains open for an instant.
I don't know her name, but I will show you a picture, Cass.
I
And you'll have to
can't
look at it.
alt-tab and look at it. I can't do anything because the second I alt-tab out of the
okay.
game, Charkie loses control and we can't hear the game either.
And I hack into a PC. Hack in White House. Eiffel Tower. Ah.
Okay, I need to think for a sec. Okay.
Kill that thing
Alright,
first up there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Step one is that.
You know, it's funny. I've got loads of pictures of her,
Oh.
but none of the pictures say what her name is.
Why are you doing it like that?
Here we go.
Okay. I can just jump up there, right? Okay. All right, I know what to do.
Yeah, you hit that delayed reaction. You use the time to get up there. Yeah.
I don't know how you pronounce it. Cell? It's C-I-E-L. Seal?
Shell.
Scale.
CL.
Sicily? But yeah, no, she is... It is really on the nose.
I wouldn't be fucking
Yeah.
surprised.
I've known can openers that hit harder.
I think there's another comment that
Feel that. But could you take the crazy down a notch?
Hey,
Oh, look, they're all...
Tyrannosaurus Vex is here! The haywire robot assembly line is just up ahead, Becker. It's all up to you. Roger.
Hi.
I'm on it.
Oh, look at them. They're all teaming up together.
it is cute that they do that. It's like one nice
It
touch
is.
that they have some element of
Yeah.
that. Like I said, there's another comment. I think maybe I am Headful said, but they were looking at some of the concept art for Call, some of the other submissions, and a lot of it was, believe it or not, horny.
Nice.
Uh-oh. All right.
Also nice.
I think, okay, depends on where it puts me. All right.
And I mean, it makes sense because my understanding is Mega Man Zero were the first Mega Man games that Inti Creates co-developed. Like, that's when they would have got in on the series.
I appreciate the Z.
Okay, that's not a grabbable thing, because that's
Crazy.
there.
Hey, get it together, you two! Tyrannosaurus Vex is
Okay.
The haywire robot assembly line is just up ahead, Becker. It's all up.
Oh, because it's a conveyor belt you can ledge grab.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
Stop
They
doing
love
that.
taking the ledge grab away from you.
It makes you appreciate it more.
Don't know what you have until you lose it.
Okay. So I have to remember like the buttons for switching to certain things.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now what I want to do
You know what?
Okay, there we
That's
go.
kind of cool. That this stage is actually built around, like, remembering how these.
From what I
how these work.
understand, it's these 2 items that it's built around. I knew I was
Fuck
gonna
that
make it, and I
part.
only had 1 chance.
That part sucks, I could tell.
Yeah, you just have to dash.
Yeah, but I have to dash with the right place. All right.
Yeah.
I've known can openers that hit harder.
Also, yeah, we gotta hear this again.
Seal
I
that
know some of the challenge
Stop.
modes actually do disable all the dialogue, so there is a way to play it without having to listen to this annoying shit every time you die.
Just up ahead, Becker. It's all
Which helps with that issue in the boss fights where the dialogue will play over the audio cues, from what I've been told. Which is funny that that's even an issue.
Okay. He
God.
drifted more.
It is
Like he
the
has
fact
some
we have
extra
someone-
drift when he moves
yeah.
over.
the fact we have someone in the Discord who has beat the one-hit. There's the one-hit mode, and I think there's the mode also where like you have to do it in one run. That she beat. Like I still can't. I can't imagine it.
Can openers that hit harder.
I appreciate the zeal, Bat. Could you take the crazy down a notch?
Hey, get it together, you two! Tyrannosaurus Bex is here! The haywire robot assembly line is just up ahead, Becker. It's all up to you.
I'm Headful says the Tyrannosaurus Bex line is even funnier the 3rd time.
You're gonna love it the 4th time.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, because I'm definitely gonna die again. All right.
Go!
Not.
Thank God for checkpoints. Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, no boss intro for Mum. That's messed up.
That's more like it. Spin slash! Here we go. Here we
Why am I so slippery right now?
go. Here we go.
Well, maybe just the heat. It's very hot.
That's more like it.
You know, this buff system is fucking stupid. It should just recover your health slightly. Fuck the Excel recover, too. It should just, like, you know, you dash through enemies,
That's more
and it restores a little bit of health every time.
Yeah. Oh, just you wait, Cass, till the we get to some of the DLC. Your wish shall be granted. And then a monkey paw curse will happen at the same time.
Because there's no good way to switch in game. Which one is on? Okay. Then apply.
How would you ideally have done the switching in game?
That I
The
could
way
just
they-
pause.
Yep.
And switch like in Mega Man.
Oh, sure,
Yeah,
sure.
just
But
the Mega Man
hypothetically, if you could do it mid-gameplay, how would you
like
potentially do
like
it?
a weapon wheel situation.
Yeah.
Right
Oh,
analog
that's what I was
stick,
thinking.
select the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
do
you
you think
really
about
wanted to, even
what
do
it's
the
That's more
I
like
know it's not the first game, but Doom 2016, where it slows the game down while you're in the weapon wheel menu. Who cares if it's exploitable? It's fun. Let people find exploits like that.
Here we go.
Snap out of it. Come on. Oh, don't blow up. Oh,
Goodbye,
I'm a
Mom.
murderer. All right.
Oh, Pro Striker
Now-
92 corrects us. That wasn't Mum, that was Men on a Mission. You remember Mabel, Oscar, Mo? Everyone's favorite tag team.
All right. There we go. So now that should be. Okay.
Cass, who's your favorite member of Men on a Mission?
It's Mabel, I guess.
Well, what do we have here?
Ah, poor Mo.
Yo,
Javi, you want to help me out?
Metropolis, I got a hot scoop to deliver to Doc Sonderbag. Be right back.
What does that even mean? Sonderbag.
Like sandbag.
Also, why does it feel like? Why does it feel like Avi was their favorite? He seems to get the most dialogue and scenes out of all of the.
He was the cheapest
Robot
one
Masters.
because he was the cheapest one to get to record stuff. You know, you have Steve Bloom for one of the Robot Masters, but he probably like charges more per line. So like, okay, we'll do it just for the stunt cast, but you only get like 2 lines. That's probably the reason. I'm probably correct. That's not even like a joke. I'm probably actually right about that.
I'm just busy thinking about this situation. I mean,
Do you have an attack that? Oh, that
Yeah.
works.
Oh no, that's a. I'll mention that's another pro tip I heard from the Discord is that that ballistic power up is pretty busted. It's pretty much the only one that's really useful outside of boss fights. Also, I'm told, at least in the PlayStation 4 version, that you can actually lag the frame rate if you do certain like stuff with that attack and like use too many of them.
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that did not look... Okay, that explosion
Yep.
launch did not look like it was going to work.
It did not look to me like there was
Yeah.
enough room, but it was.
I wonder if you could have used the sniper power there as well. Like, it would have
Oh, that's entirely possible.
bounced.
If
I mean, hey, if there's multiple
this is what I think
options
it
for
is.
getting past some of the obstacles, again, that's neat. In fact, it kind of feels like this stage might have been one of the ones I actually put more focus on.
Negative.
In some regards. In some regards.
Derogatory.
Not... Well, just like someone's actually thinking about the power-ups and how to use them in the context of level design. Which is just not something this game's really done before, outside of the challenge stages that Charkie had so much fun with.
Yeah, I doubt the accuracy of the guide I was reading that said cryo for this guy. To which end? This system sucks. I hate this system right here. They had so many Mega Man games to pull from.
Yeah. Again, I couldn't really confirm it, but the idea that the Inti Create side were like new hires or people who hadn't worked on any of the Mega Man stuff in the past, I at least get why people believe it. If it's actually true or not, I'm not sure. I'll say at least, I think the producer that we highlight in the history section, Nick Yu, I remember because I think he says in that live stream, I don't think he had worked on anything before in the video game industry.
Okay, so what's the catch? Because it's going to turn back on, right? No. All the rest of these have been timed. No, we don't want to do that. Wait a minute.
Remember, this is Cryo, not the helicopter one.
This is not cryo.
No, that's the
it-
helicopter.
It is the helicopter.
Yeah.
God, the color scheme is fucked on it.
Yeah. Speaking of fucked.
All right, I know what to do there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. The back
No,
of his
'cause
head's
I-
supposed to be like the tail of a helicopter.
So I'm very specifically like leaving helicopter mapped onto right. Hold a sec.
It really does feel like this ninja form is the one to go to just because you can reflect the projectiles.
Yes.
It saves you so often.
Anyway, I'm never taking helicopter off of left thumbstick, so I always know that that is that.
I would assume just
Thinking.
the explosion from
It
Battalion.
is. Yeah. Lag for a sec. Damn it. Yeah, I lagged for a second. I dropped the input.
Bring that score low.
Don't worry, these buffs will save you.
There we go.
Stop.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you have a
not
new
nice.
problem.
Oh, See, stuff like that, I feel like was their whole philosophy with the dash, was the idea of,
Stop.
you know, being able to save yourself from certain situations. Which again, I do like it on paper. It really feels like they just stopped designing the levels because they thought, well, we don't have to, because the dash lets you do stuff like that, like those long recoveries.
Knockback is.
Yeah.
Well, if I have to start the level over, I know what I'm doing for the most part.
I don't. When I did play a bit of Mega Man X for the first episode, just to kind of get a feel for things, I don't remember that game having massive knockback. I don't remember Mega Man having knockback really in general.
It does.
I know it kind of stuns you in place, and that can sometimes get you killed.
It doesn't have knockback like this game has knockback. I can do
Yeah.
that.
That's for like.
Okay. Please do not lag.
Oh, there you go.
I like that the camera stayed zoomed out there, so you really
Yeah.
appreciate.
Ah, young one, not to worry. Nothing here my blades can't handle.
Yeah, I know. I have one too.
Got this area under control. Go help Cryo's team instead.
Yes, please! I like screaming these guys, but they're
You
so...
can see that enemy right there.
Maybe if you spend more time fighting and less on your main puns.
Just remember your tactics,
Actually, very hard to make out these enemies, especially the little
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah, too much shit happening on screen right now. Too much depth of the background.
At least that one.
I see what Cool meant about putting inherent design issues into the robots, because I assume he programmed the robot to do puns the whole time. That's my character flaw. What's the thing Emmerich says in Metal Gear Solid 1 about putting flaws into his stuff?
It's not a design flaw. I prefer to think of it as a character flaw.
Yeah.
I was just gonna fuck me over.
Now that's what I like to see. First into battle.
I mean, that's going to be the reveal, right? Is that
Of course, it's a leader's duty after all.
fucking
Is
Patrick
what?
Klepek scientist? Oh, god damn, it's dialogue.
Worry, there's plenty of stuff to go around.
Because they're trying to make a point of, like, you know, like, why do all these robots have huge character flaws? As Call so, you know, brilliantly pointed out. And it's going to be like, well, because he knew shit like this was going to happen. He knew there's a potential for, you know, the robots to revolt, so he wanted to program weak points in. Or something like that.
Good heavens. I've never seen its like before. Has the factory started making its own designs? Beck, you must disable the computer core, there, before it can create an army of these.
Why was his audio peaking so much there?
Because his microphone sucks. Whoever did his voice acting has had a consistently shitty mic. Or distance from mic or something.
It's weird because I don't think it would have been like remote recording. They seem to have gone to a specific studio to record.
So duck that one.
Honestly, I think you're just powering through it.
Yep. That's it.
Oh, and then you gotta, yeah.
But how many cycles are you going to have to do with that is the question.
Yeah, I'm about to run out
But
of
now you're gonna have
juice.
to, yep. You do have the health recharges at least,
Yes.
yeah.
All right.
Thinking right now. Oh, no, fuck using this system. I was like, maybe I can go over there and like change something real quick. Like, no.
Yeah, Yeah, I would use the standard ass blaster here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fine play.
And that's fine, I guess. That's not how I would have done, but that's fine.
I accidentally hit the switch weapon button.
Beppa
Knocked me out
Biba
entirely.
in chat says, this feels like an opportunity for a boss that reassembles previous bosses with mixed up parts or something, but it's kind of lame instead. There's still a stage after this. For them to not do that idea.
Actually, wait, how would we do the boss refights? Because they're our friends now. Like, I don't know, maybe they're like clones.
Yeah. Like Metal Gear Rising does. Especially if they're doing this thing of, oh, this factory is making extra robots. Yay.
That was so close to just going
hit and
straight to retire.
They would have given you the yes-no option at the very least. So as long as you didn't double tap.
Mm-hmm.
Doing something right here, right now, because I'm not going to switch in mid-thing. Cryo.
Ooh, okay.
No, I have to go all the way down to apply all.
Why do you even have to apply for that menu?
Come on! Snap out of it! Now!
Oh, his iconic line.
Snap out of it, large piece of machinery.
Snap out of it like a Slim Jim.
Maybe that's how he fixes like a microwave or something.
Come on, snap out of it. Keep my food right.
Change the loadout again next level, but
Excellent. That should halt the manufacturing of any more Berserker robots, at least. Good work, Beck. I'll meet you back outside the factory. There's someone I must see first.
there's a little pug that knows how to like ride a skateboard outside, and I gotta go look at it.
Hello, Dr. Blackwell.
One of those Sanders, aren't you? The scientist one.
Oh, I thought he was like robot clones or something.
Do you know what's going
To
on?
explain that last level.
The crazy robots, the clashes, the chaos?
I am aware. What did that twit Graham expect activating her again? Again?
Graham? From Cherry Dynamics? What do you mean, activating her again?
Trinity, of course. Graham is obsessed with using her to disrupt the weapons industry. A fool. I stopped him last time. And what thanks did I get? Lifetime stay at this maximum security resort.
Cheese and rice! You mean the cyber terrorism attack you were arrested for was to stop Graham?
Trinity can assimilate any robot's programming and overwrite it, take control of it. And not just the programming. She can incorporate a bot's components, expanding herself endlessly.
So Amazo from DC Comics? Okay.
If she's been activated, it's already too late. Trinity cannot be stopped.
Oh, peas and carrots!
You said before, really don't like the writing in this game.
It was you who activated
The
Trinity.
dialogue especially.
Dr. Blackwell wasn't around to stop you this time, yet you're scapegoating him again, just the same. It was never about progress with you, just money. Always money.
No, this isn't...
You weapon contractors, always just thinking of money.
mention all this. I mean, not specifically.
Halliburton shuts down after founder plays. Mighty Number 9 realizes error of ways.
I blame my parents!
Trinity was my experiment. She was ultimately deemed a failure, but she was an educational one.
Where are you walking?
Everything I learned from creating her into Mighty Number 9. Beck, is our only hope of stopping her.
Wait a minute. I didn't recognize you with that ridiculous hairdo, but you're Bill Blackwell!
No, my name is William White. I'm not Bill Blackwell.
William White, good.
For a long time.
William White doing all right.
All right, quit your lollygagging.
All right, quit your lollygagging. We uncovered a massive plot to destroy all of society, but let's get back to it.
That story bit was so weird.
What should we...
It really feels like you were meant to do the cool stage, get the first half of that cutscene, and then do the second stage, and then get the back half.
Also, how do we get from like the end of that cutscene to here? It's like, I know you're behind this cyber terrorism. Bye. I'm going back to my lab and chill out.
Also, I like the idea of going to confront the evil CEO, and he doesn't just shoot Dr. White.
Trinity
And then you can just leave.
Colosseum,
Yeah.
absorbing all of the robots into herself.
And going nom 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 really loud.
Please put a stop to the noises she's making.
Trinity commands so much cell now that she's subsumed the entire Colosseum itself.
We're gonna fight a Colosseum.
We have no data on what it's like inside, Beck. But I know for certain...
We have no data on what it's like inside a woman, Beck.
You, all set, then?
I guess this is the final thing.
What in the blue blazes? The Battle Colosseum itself has been absorbed!
Yes, we already got this in the
Yeah.
Beyond her original design and is assimilating everything around her. Avi, what are the conditions like surrounding the Colosseum?
I gotta be honest with you, boss. It's one big old mess out here. The streets are packed solid with haywire robots!
Understood. Return to the lab for now.
What'll we do, Will? What'll we do?
Our only hope is to sneak in from above. Avi could drop Beck into the target zone.
All right, let's do this.
You want to send Beck into that? Alone?
Any other robot would be assimilated by Trinity almost immediately. Only Beck shares Trinity's ability. He's the only one that can do this.
All right, so I have to go in there and become a stadium. Got it.
Beck, you and Trinity possess the same power. She simply does not understand how to wield it. You must...
Seems like she understands really well how to wield it.
I understand, Professor. I'll do it. I'll save Trinity.
I know you will, Beck.
I never noticed Beck's cod piece before.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was waiting.
I only noticed it when she started saying it, and it was already like fading out.
Yeah, I didn't really notice it, and then just this cutscene for some reason made it really obvious. It was winking at me. Like, why does he have that?
Attention! Beck has landed in the Colosseum. Multiple incoming enemy signatures detected.
Thanks, Cool. Telling us we landed. Couldn't figure that out ourselves.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say I think she was talking to the other people.
I know, but why do we hear it?
We're probably on the same line.
How-
Group call, you know.
You know, I mean, for a more, you can also hit the X button to apply, or I think you don't have to. Yeah. You know, I mean more from a presentation sake, like having that dialogue.
Here we go.
Is that to say something nice?
That was a say something nice, redeem, yeah.
Abby, why were you in here? What's the whole assimilating thing?
Here we go.
Yeah.
I like the sword.
Here we go.
The sword
Yeah,
makes the game more fun.
It is weird how much it feels like the game's built around this, though.
Here we go.
Like the fact it's the only one that's... Like, granted, you can use the regular shot to destroy some projectiles, but not to the same level this attack works. Let's see, say something nice while we're just in a room.
I already said my something nice.
Yeah, I know, that's me thinking out loud.
I'll say it's nice that, you know, they found a way to make legally distinct Cyborg 009 at the same time as making legally distinct Mega Man. Two great tastes that taste fine together.
Creating a path for me?
What's Cyborg 009?
Oh, it's an anime. It's Tetsuo Osaka. What? Akaza. The guy who... Very famous animator and manga artist in Japan. Cyborg 009 is about a squad of 9 cyborgs who each have different abilities from one another that are created by a scientist to be heroes.
Oh, I've not heard of that one. Okay.
Even if you destroy them, they'll use the cells around them to reconstitute. Attack strategically.
Osamu Tezuka. Thank you. Osamu Tezuka. Anyway, that's what this whole thing is. That's literally this entire fucking thing. So, you know.
That's also Mega Man, right?
It's also... Mega Man, to an extent, is, yeah, like, you know. Cyborg 009 was, like, a huge deal. So, like, you know, Mega Man obviously took some inspo.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's related to all that dialogue they were talking about. It's like, you gotta destroy them in a certain order.
Ahead. Be wary of reforming cell blocks.
Even if you destroy them, they'll use the cells around them to reconstitute.
No. It's just they weren't in the destroyed state when I did that.
Oh, okay.
There's
so I guess that dialogue is
forms.
just...
There's like that's like halfway destroyed, that's all the way destroyed, and then they'll reconstitute.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that dialogue did not get that explanation across.
I'm gonna jump over there, and it's gonna shoot something at me, and I'm gonna die.
I love the electricity sound.
Wait a minute.
Let's stop now. There we go.
Yeah, that works. Asshole move having a thing come from the bottom and shooting up as you jumped over that gap, but...
Oh, this game loves those, though.
I'm stopping a lot. I'm thinking about my options, because none of my options are good. No. Stop that.
Oh. Tonya Kanchap points out that the cell platforms, when they turn into cubes, look like a CGA platformer. It's got the teal pink look. Very Mega Man DOS.
But,
Try destroying just the bottommost one or topmost one. And keep the rest in their original
destroying
form.
the topmost one is difficult. The bottommost one is not going to help me.
It might help if you like have to dash over to it.
Yeah, either the middle or the top ones I would do.
Yeah, but the thing is, like...
It is just immediate.
You have
There's
to...
no...
Yeah. You have to do it in order, like destroy the bottom one first, and then...
There's no order to this.
What do they mean by strategically? See? That's why I'm... Oh.
Sometimes they choose to respawn instantly, sometimes they choose not to.
I think I understand. Okay. But I don't want to do it. Okay. So the part of the problem was me trying to do this back here. It just flags them to respawn instantly.
Oh my god, that's what it is?
Yeah.
It's not like
that's
a
part
fucking...
of it.
Yeah, because I watched the long play, and the guy just goes to the regular Buster and just shoots the third one down, and then just goes through.
How fucking finicky. How inconsistent is that shit? How poorly telegraphed.
Oh, hey, it's like that room in... Is it Doom or Doom 2? There's a room like this where the floors going up and down.
Just keep going at that wall.
That poor guy. Banging head against the wall. Yay! Okay, well, I assume the
checkpoint.
gimmick here is you want to make them into boxes now.
Yeah. I see that, but I don't think I can get in through there. I think there's another route I could have taken that would
Yeah.
spit me out here eventually.
Nice, nice. Okay, and I see what you need to do here. The top ones you need to destroy,
Yeah,
but then
'cause there's a
this row
slidey
you need
bit.
to make solid. Yeah.
So switch to your
Okay.
pistol to destroy the top one without hitting the bottom ones.
Yeah, yeah. See, it's Beck can swap to his pistol faster than he can reload. His main weapon.
So many cells! The entire place is made out of them! How many robots did Trinity absorb?
Trinity was programmed with a single prime directive. To grow, to evolve.
Yeah, maybe y'all should have watched some like sci-fi at some point to think about maybe this is a bad idea.
Perpetuity. I realized later the dangers inherent in such a system, which is why I refined the design.
Oh, I didn't realize at first.
You mean with
I made her to just make an infinite amount of paper clips. I had what? How could I have known that this would have turned out bad?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we
Also, to what purpose does making a robot whose only purpose is to like grow and evolve? What does that serve? Like, just better yourself. Get out of here.
Well, if the growing didn't seem to be
Oh.
literal, like physically grow.
You
I
can-
know.
get the
It's
idea.
still. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm still.
Oh.
I know what you're saying. I'm still correct. I'm using grow in also the not literal sense.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I assume what they're going for is the idea of him trying to create the true idea of a learning robot, you know, like actual, you know, the way that Richard Dawkins thinks Gen AI is alive.
To evolve.
Oh, let's see what he has to say again.
Pursue any course that allows her to assimilate more cells. Perpetuity.
Yeah, it does seem like she was specifically designed to just absorb mass.
Which is
Yeah, yeah, very literal take on growing as a person.
Maybe she was meant to solve the landfill problem, that she'd just suck up all the trash islands.
with Beck.
I'm gonna
That,
ignore
that makes more
thing
sense.
to
No,
the
here's what
left.
you need to do. You just need to go all the way to the left. It'll drop again a second time. That's when you slide underneath the second platform.
No, I'm doing something different.
I mean, yeah, you could also do that,
Okay.
I guess, and not have the extra health, but...
the path? It's gone!
Trinity is getting serious about absorbing Beck. A fall here would mean instant assimilation.
Shoot you to death. Don't mind.
There we go.
Anyway, no, I was taking a gamble that there might have been like a second path up here for like a different power up.
Up and over.
Bye.
Ah,
Okay, so it took so long to get back to me that I just died.
oh, okay. Yeah, I was a bit confused. I was really hoping you had landed on some sort of platform out of bounds. I mean, I guess a brilliant plan to make you fall down this hole to absorb you is working.
Trinity is getting serious about absorbing Beck.
Well, oh, because that's blocking the airflow.
Assimilation.
And you use it to recharge
Stop it.
temporarily. Yeah.
Oh,
The thing is, I now have to wait.
Yes.
yep. While we're waiting, speaking of Kickstarter disasters, I got a very funny email today. I don't know if anyone here remembers Project Phoenix. It was supposed to be a one of the big Kickstarters that got like over 1 million when it was only asking for 100,000. And it was supposed to be like a strategic JRPG and have a bunch of industry vets. And then it kind of went badly. and then went dark. I got an update, a Kickstarter update today. The last update was like 7 years ago. And the guy's like, yeah, I fucked up. Look, I'm still going to try and put this thing out. I established other studios to fund this game. It is... I never expected it.
A fall here would mean instant assimilation.
It'd be really funny if that comes out and Red Ash never does.
Can't destroy those things.
But yeah, it's... Obviously, we can't... Unless it does come out, we can't cover it, but it's the other, like, high-profile... Like, if we were covering stuff that didn't come out, that would be a Kickstarter that we would cover. Because, yeah, it had all these big names attached. Like Nobuo
Uematsu. But let's stop talking for a second so Charkie can figure this out. Just problem solve this.
No, I'm not. This isn't a problem-solving moment. This is a wait for my thing to recharge.
I know, but while you're doing that, because you couldn't figure out how to get underneath it last time, can you use dash while you're in?
I am going to use dash next time, but the problem is, it seems to move down. I need to, like, ditch the propeller. But if I ditch the propeller, it goes like cattywampus and starts flying around everywhere. And takes
what if
too
you
long to get back
don't
to
use the rotor to get over there? What if you just repeatedly dash and only activate it once you've reached the other side of it? Like
All right,
that, yeah.
Yep. I'll do. Dash through.
I do like the lore that some robot AI is designing these obstacles, but still making a way that you can potentially get through them. Like, oh, this will let me absorb Beck. I'll make these walls that he'll have to climb up if he waits a bit. Like, what's your plan here?
Their initial programming was to actually make solvable Sudoku puzzles, so they can't do something that isn't solvable.
Fair play mechanic.
This jump sucks.
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Good call.
No, this is Beck. Calls the
fuck up.
I'll just hold on to this to get a little bit of recharge. There we go.
Are you Trinity?
So
maybe there isn't a boss rush.
Finally come to this. Two of my proudest creations squaring off. Beck, stop her the way you did the other mighty numbers. Save Trinity.
Yes, sir, Professor.
Got gumball stuck in her mouth.
Well, let's pull that out, then it'll be okay.
Yeah. Fight the orb.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused why they weren't hurting you. Well, sometimes they don't hurt you anyway.
I actually read about this, that even though it doesn't look like it's working, the blade seems to make you invincible from that. Now that, I actually need the...
yeah,
not that way, though. I'm just going to go ahead and...
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out thematically why this enemy, this final boss is called Trinity. And I haven't figured out yet. Because there's no, like, free theming.
Peppa Beepa says, "God damn you, Cypher." That's why.
Yep.
Trin. It's supposed to do that.
It's because Trinity can learn anything by just downloading the schematics into her brain, just like this Trinity can absorb any robot. Absorb their Zell.
Wasn't Trinity like the code name of a World War II weapon project? Wasn't it like the nuke or something? or one aspect of the nuke.
I've somehow seen a lot of movies with the guy who plays Cypher. I never remember his name.
Cypher, that's Joey Pants.
Yeah. I didn't mean to. I watched Bound and then I watched Memento, and it's like, oh, it's just him again.
Joey Pants is Joey Pants. Joey
Yeah.
Pantoliano. But no, everyone is Joey Pants. Maybe they're called Trinity because of the Holy Trinity, because of the diced onion, celery, and bell pepper. You know, that it is the Holy Trinity of cooking. It's a little bit of everything.
Helen Theory.
It's really cool that they have a bespoke final boss theme for this, not just the same boss music they've used for every other fucking fight in the game.
I just noticed that, yeah. God, all the composers they had for this. They even got the Mega Man 2 composer, apparently, as well.
It's like one hit away from being
Don't know what
open.
Yeah,
work
you just
he
want to make
actually
sure you're in
even did,
primo
though.
position for it, yeah. There's got to be a phase 2, right? There's no way this is just...
Yes, there is a phase 2.
Oh, there we go.
Use your inside voice.
I am picking up a significant shift in Trinity's readings. She appears to be distressed.
Her vibes are off.
Does Beck absorb aspects of the other mighty numbers? She's learning from Beck. She's struggling with what she's done, what she'll do next, how to control her power. You can do it, Trinity. Open your
So what she absorbed from Beck was anxiety? Alright, show me the boss screen. Show me the... No?
There's no way you have a mid-fight checkpoint, right?
No way. Alright, I have an idea.
Yep.
Oh, yep. That stupid, weird jump dash. I always forget about it.
And then that hits me. Alright. It's gonna
Right, let's
drop me
see.
at the... Yeah, right here. I'm gonna have to do phase 1 again, right?
Hey, at least you could skip cutscenes in this game. Considering all the game's other issues, I wouldn't have put it past it, but someone was able to sort that out.
I trust you and your ability to do this quickly.
That one hurt. For some reason. Wait, not now.
You're not close enough.
Yep.
He also wasn't like all the way open yet.
Something really funny to me that you can just spam that blade attack and it just lets you clip through stuff. It makes me wonder if there's like out of bounds routes that people have found doing weird stuff with that. Nice.
Ooh, that was
pretty clean.
That was good, yeah.
That was a good read on my part, knowing that she was going to get in a stun state at that moment.
Pure luck.
I
you're
would
making
say
it sound
counting my
like.
shots. All right, I gotta use the thing.
I'm a bit confused how the combo and stuff in this game works, considering you still have 0 points in this fight.
It doesn't. It just doesn't work. That's the answer.
I'm I'm not going to go for the kill here.
I guess she turns a certain shade. That's when she's vulnerable.
No, yeah, she's vulnerable when she's shed most of her shell.
Oh, yeah, she gets like a little smaller. Yeah. Okay. I see it now. Yeah. Oh!
What?
Do you see the smear frames when he dashes? His legs got all on.
I appreciate the smear frame.
He got all grown up looking.
Alright.
Jojo has a good question. So this game also had Japanese voice acting. Do we know if that one's also bad? When I was looking up reviews from, like the big publications, quite a few of them cite swapping to the Japanese voice acting because it's better than the English one, even if you don't understand what they're saying. So that's... Yeah, so apparently it's better.
Problem with this boss is that when it's open, it's purple. It glows purple, and when it's doing anything, it glows purple.
Yeah, it's not good. I would use the helicopter blades to defend yourself, like the above from the attacks from above. Yeah.
You know what they say about video games using purples and blues?
Okay, well.
What?
No.
Huh.
Break it. That's more like it.
Didn't give me a healing item this time.
No,
now but harder.
I don't know if it's random or it's based on like how many times you die, but some of the items they give you, yeah. So Edward is saying like it's 3D. I haven't seen smear frames for 3D. No, that's quite common in 3D animation.
Look at Overwatch for sure.
Yeah, Overwatch, Guilty Gear, Dragon Ball Fighters. Arcs love to do smear frame stuff on 3D models. They're very specifically making them look 2D though, but yeah, it's more common than you think. I mean, they're done really well. You don't notice them. That's the genius of it.
So, Charkie, when it comes to doing this phase, like, obviously it's good that you're just, like, blasting through this part. When they're coming back, though, you very frequently take damage during this part. So I would say, strike those, but then duck everything else. If it's on just your level, you can hit it, but you've had inconsistent luck with the one that's slightly above.
Yeah, but there's also inconsistency in terms of how it registers that.
There is, but there's more inconsistency in trying to hit them with the sword on the way back when they're boomeranging. I think like when it's on your level, it's good. When it's slightly above, you just want to duck.
So to be clear, I cannot duck. I can do a specific type of duck slash. But yeah, that's harder to pull off.
Yeah, it looks like it. I guess I was just thinking of Call and how she could duck under shit.
Yeah, Beck cannot do that.
He does that low dash that we didn't know about until you came along, Charkie.
The low dash again, very
situational.
I would say hard to pull off, but inconsistent to pull off because it's hard to tell sometimes if you've gotten it or not. And in that moment where I'm trying to dodge that attack, that can just put me in more danger. The sword really is like the most consistent way of avoiding damage from that return attack. It's just really badly programmed. And sometimes it just fucks up. See, there was no problem that time.
I guess thank God for that backwards jump. That's the only consistent shit.
I still don't get why that's the only jump dash that has the iframe on it. Like in my head, it would make more sense to just have the regular dash.
I get that a backdash, giving a backdash some sort of iframe specifically, but it doesn't particularly look like a backdash as you think of one.
Okay, now we need to figure out how to fucking avoid that
phrase.
damage. Yeah. I guess just keep like backwards long jumping through it.
It's either that, it might be sword again.
The sword is
but-
not consistent for stuff that like hits you like in the head though. That comes
Yeah.
from above screen downwards.
Yeah, I'll do some scouting. See what I can find out.
Like this is easy enough. If you just spend the in between phases, this is the only phase where you get to do damage. It would take forever, but at the very least you would, you know, spend this entire middle phase. Don't go center screen. Yep.
I found the pro tip, Charkie. Use the ballistic power up. It's so overpowered that you'll skip phases. It does so much damage.
Oh,
I mean,
there's a pattern to it. There's a pattern to where those things hit. First, it goes for lower platforms. So you're staying on the far left-hand side of the screen to dodge those. And then the second phase, he starts from the bottom, or he starts from that side, and then moves inwards. So there's like you have to like dance between those two platforms, basically.
Also, I wasn't paying enough attention because I was trying to figure out the dodging shit, and it got all its health back from that thing.
Yeah.
I didn't like press the cash out damage.
Break that. Here we go.
Nope, yeah, not giving me health anymore.
Yeah, no, there might be a pattern to what power-ups they give you on retries, but it seems weird. Even the first episode when we were going through it, was just sometimes it gave you a 1-up every time, and then at one point it just stopped giving you 1-ups.
I guess you gotta learn to just not get hit at all during the first phase.
I will say in those parts where it's up higher and it's doing that attack, that's where the ballistic one seems good for doing the damage.
Yeah, but I definitely want to save ballistic for phase 2.
Yeah, I guess that depends on how long it takes to recharge. Again, I'm just going off the long play where they seem to use it almost exclusively for this fight.
I know it is technically its weakness, but to a certain degree, like, it's kind of easier and safer to use this for a number of things. Plus, if I do it like this, I basically guarantee that when it's in its damage state, it's going to be grounded. Also, you're saying like the ballistic just does like so much damage during phase 2.
And it really doesn't.
It's not doing a lot of damage. Maybe it's a relative thing. I don't think there's a function of the ballistic that I'm missing.
It might just be if you're doing it in the right place. Like if you're close, you can get the shots out quicker.
Johnny, read chat.
Alright, yeah. Oh, so we've got some advice from the Discord. So this is, from the Discord from Sandra. Use the bomb missile and absorb its segments ASAP every time. So when it's moving across the screen and when it spawns stationary to spew, in the latter case especially, it's low as the big head, so the platforms will be safe.
Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what that.
Yeah, I'm a little. Might be the phrasing. Let me double check.
I'm gonna be honest. It's hard to absorb information like that while I'm in the middle of doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm rereading and rereading this. So when it's moving across the screen and when it spawns stationary to spew. Lowers the big head so the platforms will be safe.
A significant shift in Trinity's readings. She appears to be distressed.
I don't know what that means. That seems completely abstract to me in the way it's described. No shade on. Sandra, for trying to help. Are you doing any damage at all? Oh.
No, once I looked over at the screen and read what it said, I understood it.
I'm definitely noticing it is incredibly hard to tell when this fin is you can dash into it. Yeah.
It's just, again,
I see what you've done,
horrible telegraphing. Just awful, awful telegraphing on the game's part for the fact that you can dash through these and absorb them. It's just not visible. There's so many other particle effects happening at the same time.
Yeah.
If it will give me health refill as an option here.
Bring it on.
There you
go.
Okay, I got one. I think some of its segments are also health parts, so if I can grind off them enough to get another one.
Yeah, I noticed you getting some blues as well.
But no, once I read that, looked over, and actually had the chance to like read it with my eyes, like I understood what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it took me a minute, but yeah.
Jodareel says they could have had call radio in and tell you, hey, absorb the parts. Yeah, they could have had some indications being like, hey, now's the time for Beck for you to use your ability to absorb, to absorb the junk data that she's shedding right now, or something like that, right? Some fucking hand wave line, or some like this.
There's that
exposition.
But also just making the effect better.
Yep.
Yeah, this is horrible, horrible, horrible readability. Like, and I don't like to complain about this too much, but Parsec definitely makes that worse. So I'm playing in suboptimal conditions, but it is really bad signposting because the sign for, it's time to absorb is glowing purple, and this boss is glowing purple and is made of purple.
And there's also the particle effects that emanate from the thing that indicate when it's vulnerable. The problem is that there's particle effects all over this fucking stage, in the background, on every projectile, on every single goddamn fucking object that exists on screen at this moment in time.
Yeah, if this was a fighting game, this feels like a stage that would be banned for readability issues. Like the volcano stage from Street Fighter 4.
Speaking of things with Keiji Inafune's name attached to it, I'm kind of getting some flashbacks to the final boss of Ninja Gaiden Yaiba Zed, whatever the full title is.
Oh, yes.
I did.
And there were like long slugs that if I fuck up
Yep.
any of this execution heavy shit, I have to start over.
Hey, at least you could skip the cutscenes here. See, I actually
That's
rewatched that playthrough, kind of in preparation for this one. It was a good not palate cleanser. What's the opposite of a palate cleanser?
Primer.
Yeah, it was a good primer. Like to get me in the mood.
I was gonna say opposite of a palate cleanser is a mouthful of gasoline.
Yes. I saw Inafune and I said, switch my blood with gasoline. And he said, give me fuel, give me fire, give me dabba dabba zaya. And then he said, ooh. And the rest is history. But yeah, no, that final boss is... Hey, Charkie did it. There was a moment where you two would... Oh, we were just going to have to look up a YouTube video, but yeah, you powered through. You're making me so proud.
I know I can skip this cutscene. I'm giving myself a moment to focus.
Breathe.
Yeah.
Well, Jojo does have a good question if any other Inafune games could show up on stream. That is a good question. On the Capcom side, we'd have to do more research. I know Shadow of Rome was not received well, but I don't know if it's actually bad. It is a weird curio, though.
Jump this.
Easier said than done.
But in terms of his concept stuff, I would say no, and we'll get into that in the epilogue history stuff.
That might have been a little early, but
And then get out of the bottom here.
Yeah, you need to just yeah.
Another one of those easier said than done things, but.
And yeah, Bombman mentions my gun vault's supposed to be good. Yeah, again, we'll cover some of that, but from everything I researched, it is the AB ones are well regarded. Oh yeah, Jojo does point out he was executive producer on Violent Commando.
Please.
At some point, he seemed to divorce himself from that. Like, he's come out in interviews, and he said he got pissed off at Grimm at some point and said, "Just do whatever you want." Like, that's a pretty much almost word for word quote of what he said about that project. If people remember in the history section where he mentioned about if you leave external studios alone, they'll go bad, I believe that might have been a reference to what happened to Bionic Commando. Which, I don't know. I feel like that's shifting the blame a bit, Inafune.
Oh god, new thing.
Oh, new attack.
Okay.
Ooh, that was nice. Good on the fly decision making.
I just need to charge this up a little bit. Right. I know what I was trying to do, but I couldn't hit it.
It was a good attempt.
Need health. All right.
Small miracles.
Hey, it's a 3-hour show, so.
Are you?
Hey, I'm the one who has to play it.
I know, but this is just such dog shit. This is so fucking tedious. I feel for you.
Yeah, you're a trooper, Charkie. Can go for Redeem say something nice. Well, Charkie did a fine play, so that's nice. That's about what I've got at this point.
I misread the particles.
Easy to do. Game looks awful. Like, the game doesn't even look awful. Like, for the most part, like, all the reviews that, like, their major complaint was just, like, it looks ugly as sin. I'm like, it's not the problem. The problem is that, you know, it's badly readable. And I don't know if that's just reviewers failing to articulate what exactly they mean by a game looks ugly as sin, or just, like, severely just being, like, you know, way too critical about, like, you know, the aesthetic of it, like, in the style of it as a whole, and then missing the forest for the trees.
I know for at least people who backed the project, a lot of that was related to the like concept pictures, like, and the earlier what probably could be pre-alpha, like when they were targeting higher specs and not thinking about the scaling in for portable systems. So at least I understand those criticisms of like the down, you know, the downscale compared to what those proposed versions look like. But yeah, I do think people were harsh on the visuals. Again, it's more just what they do with the visuals than the visuals themselves. Which is why just saying ugly is, very reductive, doesn't really get the feeling across.
You know,
it was weird. Even the positive review I found, like, that was their main negative, was the visuals.
We talk a lot about reviews in this show. It's kind of part and parcel to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Charlie, you can just ignore me. I'm just going to, like, fill air for a little bit here. You just do what you got to do. And you know, that's due to, you know, the fact that, you know, what constitutes a bad game, oftentimes it is the critical reception, right? And I feel like critics, you know, obviously this is not a condemnation of the idea of reviewing games, period, but it is, like, you know, a very particular thing that requires a very particular set of skills, and there are some folk who have it and some folk who don't. This is not a condemnation of like, if you work for IGN, you suck. I don't paint with broad strokes in that way, obviously, but I do feel like there is, especially around like the mid-2010s, we're coming out of or going into the Gamergate era, depending on, like it's in the middle of it, smack dab in the middle of that 10-year stretch. And there was like a reckoning for reviewers, for better or for worse, mostly for worse, wherein they had to reconcile with what the audience demanded of them to say, and toying with the format and becoming either ultra critical or ultra like praising these games, either being willing to give them more of a shot than maybe they deserved, or going extra hard on them to satisfy like the bloodthirst of a certain portion of the audience. And so like when your modus operandi is to come up with complaints and you're just looking for anything negative to say, it's easy to pull out it doesn't look great, I suppose. Maybe that's where it comes from. It's hard to say. Not remembering specifically what review that came from, not remembering the tone of the rest of that review. But you did, as you mentioned, it was like, one of the few positive reviews that existed for this game, and it still takes the time to be like, but it looks like shit. And does not clarify that stance, to not specify what exactly that means.
Yeah, I'd have to read the full review to see if they go into the details. Oh, that was very nice.
It's a good strategy, though. It's a good working strategy.
Yeah. I think this is the plan at this point. It's just that the timing on that can be off still.
It can, but it is your best bet.
I am going to say one thing nice about this boss. At least it doesn't recover its health if you take too long to dash it.
No, it does.
It does. It absolutely does. Yep.
Because I saw the red bar there, but it didn't... Okay. It must take longer then, at least.
What? How did you get hit by that? That's not fair.
It caught me on the tail end of the fuck. How does this game count lives? Do I have a 0 of life? Okay.
That break, here we go.
No healing.
Fuck's sake. Do you want to just restart it here? No, take the shot. Make the attempt.
Yeah, there's no reason to not try it right now. Like, I could try and eke out more damage here with the bombs.
No, safety.
But, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking about it, it's just, this is the boss fight where giving you those buffs is at least helpful. Like, it really doesn't matter.
I mean, the buff system honestly, in general is a shitty mechanic by morons.
Yeah.
That dog in Cell Stage was the worst for giving those buffs. To be clear, but this is also really bad. I'm gonna have to do this.
Yeah, no, it's after the first episode when I played on my own, my opinion after messing with more is just, yeah, you just wish you had that a level of ability all the time.
Yep.
So it doesn't feel great getting the power-ups because it's too fleeting to make a difference and too situational as well.
Yeah, it's ultimately the worst reward they could give you. It'd be better if they did not have the buffs at all and you were just stuck at your base form all the time, because at least it wouldn't tempt you with, you could be faster, you could be stronger, but we're arbitrarily deciding not to do that for you, so that you have to work towards these buffs that last like a grand total of 30 fucking seconds. It's just incredibly ill-considered design through and through. This game is so fucking sloppy.
Yeah, you've talked about the dash recovering health, and I've hinted at it, but that's how the Ray character works. But if instead of everything being a buff, it did just feed into those meters that you use to heal, that's probably a middle ground I would have been okay with. Granted, that's not addressing just the issues of having a dash to take out enemies. Because even if that's technically optional, it is, again, the way the game's built
Meant to be played, the way the entire scoring system is built.
Yeah. Because you're just wasting time if you take them out the other ways.
So the problem with the second phase coming up is I don't know exactly how many shots it takes to make it, like, ready to be absorbed.
2. For the segments when he's doing the horizontal across the screen, it's 2 or 2.5.
I think it's like 3.
3 would be safe, and then you just use the in-between phase to just recover and you do your dodges and stuff.
Yeah, when it's coming along the screen like this, it looks like 2 to me from the long play, yeah.
I think that was 3.
Well, you did 3, but I think you could have done it with 2.
Okay, that was 2, though.
It's.
I was going for the jump, but it didn't work.
Yeah, when he's just ahead, don't even try doing damage.
It does take more damage, though, when it's just ahead.
It's not worth it.
Oh, lucky there.
That was the best jump I could have done, and there was still a stray shot that got me at the end there. That was definitely 3.
Yeah. It's a bit awkward. At least in the long play, it looks like there's a weird positioning you can do to hit, like, dash there, where you get more of it. Okay, yeah, I see. It did recover. Like, yeah, if you jump and dash, it looks like you can take out more of the orbs at once. Oh, nice, because I actually lost sight of Beck there.
Okay. I went for the jump, and it didn't do. Okay. There's nothing I can do but keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I see Joe P. Real in chat mentions that this is the furthest in my number 9 I've seen, and they backed it.
Beck has landed in the Colosseum.
Yeah,
From the top.
Enemy signatures detected.
It's worth bearing in terms of how big was this Kickstarter. It had over 60,000 backers on Kickstarter alone. That's not getting into the PayPal, Slacker backer stuff.
Citrus Noel says, reminder that they were trying to market this game to like 8-year-olds.
Here we go.
It's odd.
I'll say, I think this final boss is like a real difficulty spike.
Here we go.
This is like somewhere around MegaMan X4 levels of difficulty spike for the final boss.
Bring it on. That's more like it.
Okay, a feeling I'm not going to get to the boss with all 9 lives.
No, probably not, but...
Is Trinity creating a path for me?
Sometimes the plug robot gives you a 1-up as one of the power-ups.
Yeah.
There's no other way in. Follow that path for now, Beck.
It feels particularly mean that they have some sort of system in with those buffs where it'll give you lives a couple of times, and at some point it says, "Now we're not giving you more."
Oh, the one that's really pissing me off is that sometimes it's like, here's a healing thing, and then sometimes it's like, no.
It feels like for the last couple attempts, it just straight up gave up on giving you any.
Hey, here's an idea. What if you could choose what power-up you get, what item it gives you when you respawn? You're like, hey, do you want a buff? So you can always skip that option because it's fucking useless. Do you want a free health charge, which is what you always pick? Or do you want a 1-up?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, okay, wait a minute.
That was bullshit, but I'm glad you got past it. I still haven't figured out what that yellow power-up does. Like, is it the one that lets you shoot through enemies?
Maybe I could go to game options that.
Yeah, but yeah, no worries. Just the fact that I've played this game and I haven't figured it out.
Oh, I started dropping inputs. Okay. Thinking.
Remember, you got to be close for these ones, otherwise they respawn.
Right. I don't remember what I used to get through these.
You used Battalion.
Well, say from the long play, they just use the regular buster and just shoot the middle ones from a bit further away.
Oh, a bit further away kind of fucks me up, so...
Here it goes! Here it goes!
Okay.
Yeah, no, you have to just dash under that because the top two ones are too far away from you, so they'll always respawn. So it is just under. Oh, that worked too.
Nice.
Here we go! Here we go!
Amazing!
Oh. Something condescending about a narrator shouting amazing because you found a shortcut. I don't know.
We didn't think anyone would see that shit.
Yeah, that's what I figured out from earlier when I was going around through here.
Imagine if you get through this whole stage, this whole portion of the stage without dying, keep the 2 Excel healths, and go into the boss with that.
And then lose somehow anyway.
But it'd be a really long fact-finding mission.
I still have to do the part coming up where, with the air currents.
Yep.
Cells!
I see. This is confirming how weird those checkpoint power-ups are, because I feel like they gave you a 1-up when you've got full lives.
It was programmed with a single prime directive.
Gotta love randomness.
I honestly don't even know what the 1-up icon looks like. It looks so much the same like the energy power-up, and looks so much the same as the health power-up.
I realized later the dangers inherent in such a system, which is why I refined the design.
That's just gone.
You mean with your next model?
I'm not gonna fuck with that health. I'm just gonna focus entirely on
Beck.
getting to the next area.
Here we go! 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 Here we go!
The path! It's gone!
Trinity is getting serious about absorbing Beck. A fall here would mean instant assimilation.
Go!
No.
Remember,
no.
use those to recharge. Use those as a platform.
I can use these as a platform. Made it.
You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah, I know.
Wait. Wait.
Waiting to recharge more of that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Ay.
Wait.
I would use the first one because you
Yes.
might be able to refill it, yeah. Again, I feel like stuff like that was why this game is so heavy on the dash in. Like, they must have put it in, a tester must have done something like that, and that was just the design philosophy for the whole project. You know, that was super impressive. I don't think I would have done that.
Thank you.
'Cause-
This is the boss? Yep, here we go. Well, I almost came in here with, you know.
Are you Trinity?
Hello, Trinity. How are you?
Alright, back to 9 tries of this.
Sorry if we're all quiet, folks at home, but we're trying to give Charkie the space and time to figure this shit out, so we're not keeping you here for the next 3, 4, 5 hours.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, from what I understand, other streamers, when they play the video games, aren't talking constantly. They actually have downtime. Couldn't be us, but...
As long as I'm not trying to engage in the conversation, it's a little bit better. When I stop and like think like that, I'm not necessarily like waiting for you guys to stop talking so I can play. It's more like I am stealing myself. Like I am trying to think about my options.
Like, I'm sure there's an argument to be made that, you know, as far as, like, you know, like, burning through the 9 lives, having to do the level over again, as tedious as that is it any worse than, like, the NES Mega Man games? Where you'd have 2 lives to get through all of the back end of Dr. Wily's castle, the last sequence of fights?
You could go and ensure that you have, you know, E-tanks at the ready.
But I'll say it's someone who can appreciate various Mega Man games, but doesn't necessarily enjoy all of them. That's not an aspect of them I enjoy.
No.
But I forgive it a bit because, you know, they're from the 90s.
I'll also say that I don't think the final bosses in Mega Man games are as hard as this final boss. Wait. Okay, no. I had an idea, but I realized when she gets big like that again, being behind her would hurt me.
5 points out that no one likes the final boss of Mega Man 7.
It's been so long, I don't even remember the final boss.
I don't know if I've
It's
ever seen
Wily.
that one.
I know that. Spoilers, but I don't remember the specifics of that
How
fight.
dare you?
Yeah.
Just rush it. There we go.
God, the fact that it doesn't let you dash through to get that sucks absolute ass. That he goes through the walls, that she goes through the walls, I should say, and denies you doing that, like, damage confirm. By the way, the damage confirm system, one of the absolute shittiest systems in a game full of shitty systems. I think, yeah, you just got to try to knock it down. You got to try to lower those segments so you don't have to do the jump at the top platform, which is unreliable at best.
But then it's hard to get from down there to up here. Without taking
I mean, you got through that pretty clean, but... And you do have recovery still, but...
There we go, I cashed out. Ooh. Nope, there was nothing to cash out there.
Yep,
that's the time.
And his one more shot should do it. Yep. Oh, fuck, you had to...
Oh, that was a cash out moment. Shit.
Yeah, it was hard to tell because, again, the particle effects are poor. The signposting, basically non-existent. Or I should say the telegraphing in that case.
Huh?
I did cash out, but
yeah,
I've taken a lot of damage.
I know. I don't know why some of its segments were still alive after that because some of them still had the particles on them.
Okay, I see the actual strategy there.
Lewis PSC brings up a good point. I wonder if it's worse for people with some variation of color blindness. Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mentioned it with some aspects, but this game does not consider accessibility features at all. It was no one on the team had any thought about that.
Double dash it. Yep.
Yeah.
You had to try. Yeah, I know. It was just...
Alright, what you're gonna give me? If you give me a healing thing, nope.
No, you have it.
Oh, wait, yes, you did.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Wait till we get to phase 3.
Don't tease me like that. Don't. If there's a phase 3.
Again, I'm the one who has to do this, so...
Jodariel says phase 3 is the boss rush.
Okay. Oh. Before you get to it, so I did look at the long play one more time just for a fin. So, in the second phase, when it's in its like caterpillar form, when it comes towards you, it seems like with the ballistic shot, you want to jump and shoot, so you're hitting its center, because that will hit all four of its parts. Okay. So you can dash and just take them all out at once.
I'll try.
That'll save you on ammo, and that'll save you on...
It can be a little hard to juggle that.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's very... A lot of stuff is very easy to say than it is to do.
Lil Laps 94 in chat also says, I don't know if this helps any, but I can confirm that when phase 2 is reduced to just its main head moving along the ground, you can do a normal jump and then peak dash over it, as opposed to like the backwards jump.
Okay. The backwards jump makes me feel safer, just because it does have those iframes like baked into it. All right, 2 more cycles.
Even just watching you mash here hurts me physically. I'm getting phantom pain from it.
Like, I'm a pretty good button masher, but I have a limit as to how long I can do it. Sustained.
Yeah.
Once again, I mentioned the fact that I've been playing Final Fantasy 16. I'm probably going to play after the show. That game has a bunch of button mashing in it, like button mash scenes, and there's no accessibility option to just do hold.
Oh, I know.
And those scenes can last for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's real bad considering how modern that game is. That's become pretty standard at this point.
Nope.
No, it's good, though. It's good. That means that it's not going to recover the health. That you have this opportunity now to...
Well, I did cash out, but...
Yeah.
Alright.
Get them on the sleeping dog lie. Again, the damage confirm. I'm disgusted at that system.
I like this system on paper. I don't like this system how they did it here. Dash. Okay. Knocked him off screen.
Hey, you did all the fine plays in the final boss, though.
Yeah, that is so much handier to do it that way.
Oh, come on.
Oh, they gave it to you
Cash
last
out
second.
the last
Yep.
second, yeah.
Oh,
I
Yep.
got to use it now.
Yep.
Just gonna be a moment here. Oh. Uh-oh. I was lagging for a sec, so I had to pause until I came back. Ah. Okay. Does it go? Okay.
It's annoying though, because I'm noticing sometimes when you do that, it's like pedal spin is a hitbox as well, and you're hitting that.
Oh, damn it!
That's not your fault either. That's just
Good.
hitboxes.
Okay, let's
I was
all
trying
just
to
shut
think
the
of
fuck
any of
up.
the
Let's all just shut up and
Yeah,
let
yeah.
Charkie finish this. I
Gonna do
believe
this
in you, my
side
friend.
facing- Oh no, it's not. Ah. Damn it, this is not what I wanted to do. Right. Uh-oh. No! It didn't do what I thought it was going to do it. Give you healing?
Yes, you have the healing.
Alright.
Throw this game in the goddamn garbage bin.
Are you?
While we're doing this first phase again, because it's probably another point related to this, is that I don't know if it was an intentional design philosophy, but it definitely came up in the live stream, the launch day one I watched, about kind of the old school like difficulty, hardcore nature of it. Like, how much do you think that is intentional? That they were trying to harken back to like when games were more unforgiving, or if it's just claiming that when it's more just design flaws.
It's just design flaws, I think, in this case.
It's design flaws. It's the bad telegraphing of vulnerable states and the bad system of having to damage confirm. Those aren't, like, made to be difficult. They're just poorly designed, poorly implemented. They're ideas that on paper could work, but because of bad graphic design in parallel or in concomitance with this design and like the reflexive design of it, it's the combination of not being able to tell the specific ways they want you to play, giving you absolutely no flexibility or freedom in how you choose to play or approach a boss in a given scenario, and then also failing to properly flag and indicate to you when they are vulnerable. Because, it's one thing to, like, dodge these attacks, right? It's one thing to figure out the sequence like Charkie has here for the most part, where they've gamed out, okay, you get on this side of the screen. Like, these patterns are easy at a certain point. I mean, like, the one where I think the hardest thing, I'm sure Charkie will agree with me, is when it's shooting the laser out continuously, and you have to find the gaps in between the lasers. But that's doable. That's whatever. Where Charkie takes the most damage is when the game is fucking failing to tell you that they are in a state where you can use your Zeldash. Having to be so super hyper vigilant about when that particular particle effect is happening in between all the other animations and reading it between all the other colors and all the other effects to know that you have the ability to, like, lock it in, and that you are also on a timer with that you only have so long before all the damage you did is for fucking naught. So I don't know, just in terms of like game design 101, these motherfuckers had to go back to school for it.
Again, still so weird considering the pedigree involved.
And what it comes down to is rush job. What it comes down to is eyes bigger than their stomach, rush job, the balancing act, or the juggling act, too many balls to juggle,
You got
Yeah.
rush job.
And then ultimately, it's just like, is it beatable? It's shippable. We need to get
Joey,
this out.
Mega Man, I didn't have enough time to finish this one. Losing it. I was trying to go for the dodge, and it didn't.
The other potential tip I have is the phase where the platforms come up and you destroy the bottom part, so it's just a head. It looks like you can stand on the middle platforms and get additional damage in. So here,
No, just forget it. Forget it.
it's up to you. I'm just putting it as a potential.
I'm
you see?
observing it first.
Yeah. but
Okay,
you see
so
how
you're right, but at this point, the next thing I do is going to be damage I need to cash in, and that would be super dangerous right there.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know it was at least an option.
Confirm it. Yep.
Oh, nice. Yep. That's the option.
Alright. He's gonna go. Yep. And I can cash that out. I think the next thing it's gonna do is
Laser.
the lasers.
Gauntlet, yeah. After another horizontal segment. Oh, no.
Nope,
No,
it's going straight to this. Ah! Alright. This is hard to time for me. Yep.
Use XL.
Don't worry, I'm on top of like when I need to use XL.
Good.
I didn't think he was gonna go center right then. That was messy because he.
It was. That doesn't seem your fault, honestly.
Bad telegraphing. Smile, you son of a bitch. What?
No. This lines up with what I saw. Yep. It has to go to this screen to finish. So you could just die if it hit you again.
That's a little bit.
Because they had to do their stupid cutscene.
Rightly so.
Yeah, it did a Castlevania Bloodlines attack or whichever game did that.
Beck just executes her, just puts a pistol up to her fucking dome and pulls the trigger.
I wouldn't be surprised if like a pistol came up behind Beck right now and killed him right at the very end of this. Oh, that took me too many tries.
Yeah. Yeah, Little Laps in chat says they did a boss rush and the boss ended my run after his health was empty.
You're true.
I don't know what that means, but fuck you.
I did it. I mean, you did it, Trinity. We did it.
We did it together. You let me beat the shit out of you.
Work, Beck. Excellent. You have surpassed even my greatest expectations.
Warning. All cells in the area are no longer under Trinity's control. They are destabilizing.
She means that the whole place is coming down! Ah!
The assimilation threat is gone. Mighty numbers. Rescue Beck and Trinity.
Roger that!
Leave Trinity there. Seems like no trouble is worth.
Yeah, I couldn't animate the rescue. Sorry, folks.
What you picture in your head is
Oh.
cooler than what we could have animated. Trust us.
Yeah.
Looks like a Sonic X character.
Yeah, I can see it.
Do
you know what I think this is? I
so
think
that
this
design
is-
for Trinity in the ending was Inafune's design for Call.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what was that last frame then? What were you fighting? Was that like a sequel tease? Like, you know, and you've saved Trinity, but there's still a fight happening? What?
Well, remember,
I mean,
the
they
world is
were-
based on, like, the Robo Colosseum stuff, right? So maybe we're in Robo Colosseum now and doing things.
They were talking about the idea of a sequel at this time. As
all right,
weird as that
strap in
sounds.
for 4 hours.
Let's go.
We gotta at least see the normal credits, right?
Yeah, we're gonna sit through the normal credits. We are gonna sit through the normal credits. But once it starts getting the Patreon names, we're gonna skip it.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. While
Yeah,
you
good
hit my,
time for it.
Or actually, you can't hit my music right now. Never mind. Whatever. I'll be right back.
Good God, what a fucking lame ass shitty ending. What a phoned in.
You know, I
Completely
think
unsatisfying.
that ending indicates that might be what the cutscenes might have been like before they decided to do voice acting. They're just going to be kind of, you know, like comic panels. Reminds me of like fighting game endings when a game was like made cheap, where all they could afford was like an artist to make like 1 page worth of comic panels. Which that just shows you how weird this game's developed, where yeah, the scope changed. So it's got this mishmash of a way smaller project that had all these higher, you know, like cost and production stuff added onto it.
There's Ben Judd,
There's
by the
Ben
way,
Judd.
and there's A4. Names we recognize.
No one from A4 gets a specific credit though. That's a bit messed up.
Game Quarter says, you know what could have helped
Oh,
this game if the
unnecessary.
Capcom staff were involved? Yeah, this was miserable. This was truly, well and truly miserable. Even before that final boss, this is just such a poorly designed game. The core concepts, the core differentiators, the things that Keiji did, or the design team did to separate it, to make it distinct from Mega Man, were all decisions for the worse. Every change made to the core formula is a detriment to it.
Great and impressive power or strength, especially on account of size.
What?
The mighty nature
Hello?
inside a tiny man can make the hardest task routine.
Do you have a YouTube video playing in the background?
Power the impossible.
I know you don't.
20XX, we living in the future now.
What the fuck?
20XX is a different video game. 20XX is a different Mega
Yeah.
Man clone.
Better than this, from what I recall.
It wouldn't be
Oh
hard.
my god, I feel like this is even late for the era of, oh, our end video game credits need to wrap song. This is way after Call of Duty 4 and Gears of War.
In Rogue Warrior.
Yep.
And Wild Wild West and Men in Black and
Well, I mean, for video games specifically, in the late 2000s, they really got into this.
What if there was 3.5 hours of freestyle rap over the Patreon credits?
Yeah.
You just have to keep going.
Yeah. Just pulls random names and has to do rhymes off of them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with I'm Head for.
Do you
How
think
have I
there's a
never heard
YouTube
of this
video out
before?
there for like trapping a guy in a room for like 5 hours and saying you have to keep freestyling? Sounds like a Mr. Beast video, actually.
Close. I do know some streamers who had just did improv rap for like 3 hours straight. Some people have done that.
Lily Leps chat says, I skip these credits every time I played through this
Yeah.
game. I've never heard this.
Tappy worked on the 8-bit conversion.
Oh, nice. I always wondered what Tappy did after Metal Gear Solid 1, because he seemed to just disappear.
Campus, the tallest, the toughest, the baddest. Well, not likely.
Did we get music credits yet? Can we know who this is?
Not yet, no.
This is Jay Easy.
That's mighty. You can't fight me. Can't
Oh, it's Mighty.
surpass me at all. Iron giant. I am 9 feet tall. I am flying. I'm
Iron
Oh, he
Giant.
said
That's
9?
copyrighted. That's trademarked. You can't.
I thought he said. Did he say iron or I am?
Iron Giant, 9 feet tall.
Oh, I thought he said I am.
Be sharp, be quick, and be agile.
It's the big law debate about Mighty Number 9.
Trying to pass you.
What do you say?
Sometimes that's how you gotta operate. Surgeon, precise and so determined.
I still don't. I'm trying to figure out what the thought process for putting this on in the game was.
You think this matches the vibe of the game?
quiet. Just one robot with such desire. Stare into the eyes of the Goliath and tell him you will
So, yep, testing.
almighty. Like the rush of a river, cause I got a message that must be delivered. And here it is, yo, we all might.
That doesn't rhyme, mate.
Behind me.
Yeah, there's been a few lines that just kind of end, that just kind of don't resolve.
We got a bit of Microsoft Sam there, though. Did you hear that?
Cameo.
Waiting to get a radio edit. Call design contest. Designer participants, Keiji Inafune. Did you participate in your own contest? Inafune?
Special thanks, Microsoft.
And Epic Games.
Here we go.
Mighty.
Raheem Jarman.
MegaRan. I actually recognize that name.
Oh, MegaRan.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I've heard that name before. I think all they do is video game raps.
And there we go.
All right, this is the three. Let's let the song finish out, I guess. Unless it goes for 3.5 hours to pair with these credits.
A generous backer. A generous backer. A generous backer. I want to know how high these numbers go.
Shout outs if you're in here. Like I said, they had over 60,000 backers. But yeah, someone in chat here might be among these.
Heat mistress. Oh, that's me, a generous backer.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm generous
Clock
backer
Mocker.
number
Clock Mocker is a good name.
1095. Yeah.
I do like the name Clock Mocker. Hope you're doing well out there, Clock Mocker.
I wonder if you can fast forward these credits to get to your name. Because I've played games where I was the backer in it, and those credits, when they're super fucking long, they're like, here's a fast forward thing if you want to get to where you are.
Well, they didn't reach that stretch goal. If they had reached another $10,000 past the last stretch goal, they would have added the fast forward button.
Vince Vodka Cheese says, so when I finished the game, I sat through the 3.5 hours of credits, and a lot of my friends are concerned for my well-being.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's 3 hours of guitar solo. I want to see something while this is playing here.
Yep, go for it.
Yeah, I remember my credits. I'm
The
looking on
Henry
YouTube.
Hall.
Mighty Number 9's what? The title of this video from Game Explained is Mighty Number 9's wild 4-hour credits for all 70,000 Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, this is wild. All right, crazy.
It is wild that they just did this with no fast forward thing. It's like,
yeah,
here you go.
Or put in a separate menu or something.
Yeah.
Number 70126. I am Mighty.
How long is this on long, or is it looped and we just can't tell?
I don't remember this bit.
Yeah. There's any famous YouTubers on this list? Oh, for sure.
Oh, wait. Wait. Okay. The number of Mighty Number in these credits goes up to Mighty Number 71,494.
I finally saw someone I recognize on this list.
You know, as mentioned, a lot of...
Wait. I understand what's happening.
I am Eric Weekwall. Mighty number 37089.
Oh, these are backers that paid to...
Yeah. Paid to be part of the song and, like, say their name.
But yeah, if you look at Kickstarter projects these days, you might notice that usually... Oh, Tim Guthrie, I know that name.
Mike Z.
I know that name too, but like personal friend name, so I don't think that's
Oh, maybe the same guy. Who knows?
Bob Dole.
Yeah, Bob Dole. Yeah, most Kickstarters these days you have to be on quite a high tier to get in the credits because people know this is not tenable.
Yeah.
Song's over.
But yeah, oh, there we
Anyway,
go.
The final Mighty Number is Joshua Colomb. Yep, song's over. I remember when I backed Amplitude on PlayStation 4. You know, my name is somewhere in there in the credits.
Mm-hmm.
But also, a friend of mine said that she ran into their office at Harmonix and like flipped the light switch on and off in celebration of me pledging. So I got like an extra. I didn't get a benefit. I just annoyed a bunch of people, I guess, by doing it.
That's the greater reward, maybe.
That's all I can hope for.
I backed in. I didn't get that.
Oh, wait. There is a system to. No, not valid.
Wait.
What did I say was the highest number?
10,000 something.
I thought you said it went up to 70.
Huh?
What? Does this just not work?
Okay, wait. A number that we know is here. 2312. All right. 2312.
Oh, it just highlights it.
It just makes it turn red, so they're turning red off screen. So
Okay,
yeah, pick one that's coming up, yeah. So go to like 2, 4...
It also times out.
2, 4...
Yeah. I'm going to go to 2, 5 just by the time it gets here. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that'll work. Oh, yep,
Okay.
Vince Vodka Cheese just mentioned there is a post-credit scene.
Oh, God. Yep.
Great.
There, it highlights it.
Super fucking useful.
So so if you're mighty number 68,502, you can do that in advance, and then you wait 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And when it comes up, it'll be red. What the fuck do you mean there's a post-credit scene? How is there a post-credit scene?
I mean,
Also,
I'm assuming when you skip
Strong was
this.
there.
I'm
Okay.
assuming when you skip this, it lets you
skip to the next part.
What?
That's awesome.
All right.
Or fuck those guys.
I love
part.
that some part of them were like, okay, we have to give some option for people to skip through. But
by
the best
10,000.
Yeah, the best they could come up with was by 10,000. Yeah.
Okay, skip all.
There we go.
Trinity was brought under control when she absorbed Beck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
His heart. My new synthetic heart routine makes it possible for robots to evolve ethically, to grow responsibly. Just wait. This will revolutionize the science of robotics, the fate of all robots, of all mankind.
You got lucky, that's all. And cleaning up your own mess doesn't make you a visionary. Besides, who can guarantee the behavior of robots left to their own devices, evolving on their own? This heart of yours is unnecessary, and worse, dangerous. I remain unconvinced, Bill.
Don't call me that. My name is William White. I'll show you. I'll show you and everyone else who doubted me.
Spoken like a true
good
hero.
guy thing to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, the script said to say, No, I ain't saying that. Fuck you.
Tell if this mighty number 9, this Beck, is a blessing or a curse.
Hey, I got news for you, buddy.
Yeah, that's poetic.
New content in extra mode is here.
Hey, let's do all the bosses.
Nice. Yeah.
Go ahead and choose your next target.
All right, who's next?
I'll mention, because I downloaded a complete save to look at stuff. I was very confused because he does say that, and I was like, wait, is this not complete?
All the bosses in this version are more powerful versions.
Ah.
And your health carries over between each fight. And you start with 2 excels.
You know what? The one last thing, I'll take that over that being part of the campaign. That's a separate thing.
Now choose harder difficulties. Alter the behavior of enemies and traps have become more intense. Hyper has no support from patch. All 1-ups disappear. You take more damage. Change difficulty before you begin the game unlocks all forms from the start. Now what?
Well,
The VR training program I devised.
I would
Care to try it?
back out to the menu or go. Oh, wait, hold on. Press RB.
To the title screen.
Is the EX mode there? That's just the challenges on the right.
That's this.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we need to access the DLC. Unfortunately, we need to play the DLC stage.
Turn to the title screen.
Oh, I thought you did that from the menu. From the main game mode.
I thought it was this. I thought it was this
think
EX mode. Yep.
Well, okay,
No,
you can
no.
also do that from the thing, but
No, if you want to do the race stage, that's from the main game menu.
Huh.
Go back in. If I don't see it, then I know what the issue is. Because I've seen it in my save file.
Go ahead.
Where do you want me to go?
So go in here, yeah. I don't think you have it installed, Cass. It would be on this menu.
Everything.
It's the well, you know, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing, but that's where it's supposed to appear. And yeah, the little apps in chat's confirming that's where it should show up.
Okay, exit the game for now.
Game?
I'll make sure in the background.
Initializing power down sequence.
This bothers me, by the way. This happens every time you quit the game. Can't just fucking close. They have to waste your time again.
All right, DLC. We definitely own it. It doesn't enable by default. Updates, game versions. Where's the DLC? You show me where the DLC is.
No, you only have the base game. I have the DLC.
All right, there we go. It's downloading now. And it's downloaded.
She says, "Oh no."
I'll say we've talked about doing a bonus episode. That might be the place to do this because this ended up going longer than we thought.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we still have the epilogue to do. Shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's hopefully the DLC stage is not a huge, extra long stage. Hopefully, it's the length of like a normal ass stage. We can do that. Then we can give our final thoughts on the game. Then we can give the epilogue.
Yeah.
Mighty number 9.
And don't worry, it is not a 2-hour epilogue. There you go.
Vermillion Destroyer was added to the season.
I've heard him use the name Thunder before. Is that where he is hiding?
We are being hacked by an outside source. They are trying to steal our location data.
We are under fucking attack.
Dr. White, I cannot stop the attack from here. We need to neutralize the culprit directly.
This DLC brought to you by Surfshark.
They have some guts to target us directly. Can you tell who it is?
Checking their access location now. This is... It seems to be coming from a Cherry Dynamics lab outside the city.
What in the world could my former employer want? Beck, I need you to investigate this immediately.
Got it. I will head that way now.
Explain.
Yeah, explain that to me. Okay, it's the same.
Oh, now you have to go through all these prompts.
Yeah.
Got it.
You all set?
System ready?
All right, how much money did this cost in terms of milestones?
No, this was a separate funding where they asked for 190,000, and they raised maybe 3,000, and then Deep Silver funded this. I'll say we've seen a lot of reused assets so far.
I've been watching you. You're a predator as well.
Whoa!
No.
Professor, a strange
I don't know you.
Beck seems to have encountered something. Professor, how should...
Huh? I lost my comlink. But how could...
I am Ray. And you...
Okay. Are you okay? She looked like she was ready to. No health bar, so I don't know if I'm doing damage or. Okay, it's flashing, but.
Use your Excel.
I want to see if this is like a mandatory loss situation. I have a feeling it is. We'll see for sure in a second. Any moment now. Maybe I had to do that. Okay.
No, they give you all these so you have the extra health going into the fight, which led me to believe that it wasn't a mandatory loss.
I needed that.
Let me think.
Like a little thinking dance she did.
I think I don't need that anymore. X, right? X. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, did it actually take?
Yeah, because the apply all's grayed out now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, bad menu and UI on that.
Consistent.
I think I remember cryo is actually the weakness.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When they have the blue particle effect, does that mean you can dash through them?
That's what I was thinking. Doesn't seem like that's the case with her.
Yeah.
Because she starts like that.
But you can see the cold is like permanently on her, so that's the.
Oh, that was okay. Well, she's dead. Oh, never mind. Excuse me.
Beck couldn't possibly. It's a 2D platformer. He can't go down there. Oh wow, this looks like the first area they showed in that 2D art. That's really funny.
Thought one of those was going to be. I might as well hold this on just so it charges up again.
You know, say what you want about Deep Silver. They've done a lot of bad in the video game industry, but at least they gave the extra funding to Concept so they can make this a real video game by putting a sewer level in. They're gonna bring Deus Ex back, Cass. Didn't you hear?
Of course they wouldn't.
Well, they aren't, so your wish is granted.
That's for me.
What if 20 years from now, Mighty Number 10 just comes out of nowhere, just drops? Just gets announced?
I'm curious who technically owns the IP at this point.
The Kickstarter backers collectively.
Yeah.
That's how it works, right?
Oh, that'd be real funny.
That's for me.
Some fucking stage, by the way.
Here we go.
At least there's no platforming yet. At least the...
Here we go.
Yeah. Interesting.
Flat Hat's a really good idea.
I think I know what I would have done at the start of this level differently, but go on.
Flat Hat says, just make a Kickstarter, buy out the IP. Yeah, there we go. We'll raise an equivalent amount of money to what the first Kickstarter initially raised, and that should be enough.
But why? Why am I alive?
Just to suffer.
Vince Vodka Cheese suggests that Inti creates my own rights to this. Yeah, again, it's just unknown.
I'm sure it's known, we just don't know offhand.
Oh, someone knows, they're not being forthcoming about it.
Yeah, like I said, they're working on Mighty Number 9 too. Working on Mighty Number 10. They're waiting just to launch it, to spring it on to an unsuspecting public.
Oh, see
you know, I don't know why, but I thought we were going to play as this character for the DLC.
That you beat them and then you unlock them as a playable character.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
That's the whole thing here, is that what you're doing is, this is the qualifier to unlock the character, and you can play the entire campaign as them.
That's for
in levels that were not built for them.
We'll have to see how they play.
Here. That's for later.
Yeah,
I do
trying
find
to
it's
think
really
in my head how to
interesting
get
that
around
this is not a platforming stage.
Took him this long to
This is
realize.
contractually obligated to make a stage.
Or they finally realized that the platforming sucked.
Here we go.
God.
That's more like it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll engage with this system.
There we go. Oh, beautiful.
No.
I
might have to go, like...
I wonder if you've technically missed it.
No, I think it's the other way around.
Oh, okay.
My guess.
That's more.
Or maybe I missed it. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Oh, there we go. It is really funny to me that this area looks like that original 2D art they showed of what they thought the game was going to look like.
I will have my answers. From him!
Patrick!
Professor!
You know this man.
Of course. The professor created me. I won't let you near him in this state. You're completely out of control.
You will tell me exactly where I can find him. Or I will tear it from your set.
Rachel.
Ah. I did not know that was her full name.
Beppo Beepa saying, by the way, Professor Wright kind of looks like a bored ape right there. Brutal.
Yeah, it's got the yellow tint. Yeah, I see it. Kind of surprised the dash counted there, but good job.
Look, she also pulled up Beck schematic, so she knows your weak points. She knows all about your D cover, your S joint, your wing over.
Here.
One predator is enough for this.
You can say that again.
Think for a sec here.
Surely 8-4, you could have said. Maybe use a different word. Like,
even if they just put like apex predator, even if they just said like
Yeah.
put like something in front of it. Or if she was being like, there's only room for one predator in this jungle.
Yeah. Considering the other on-the-nose references they make, I'm surprised they didn't do that.
Give up already!
I'm trying to think what weapon
Show
could
off your
be
character.
good against her.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's supposed to be cryo, but it doesn't.
What a surge! Your cells are
If I die enough times, eventually Patch will give me something to make this better.
I'll have a little looky-loo for you. Oh my god, have I found the one video where they're just using the buster?
Well, you know, it doesn't seem bad. It doesn't seem like ineffective.
Yeah, they don't use any weakness apparently.
I think the Mega Buster does the most DPS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the ice does affect her at least.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
makes
it
her...
sets her up.
I Am Headful speculates that Zells are like adrenochrome for.
Yeah.
Zells are the robots, as adrenochrome is for humans.
Down.
There we go.
Come on. Snap out of it. Now.
Put that line on a t-shirt.
You live without devouring your prey. How? I'm falling apart. So cold. I must feed.
Oh, so you're just like this.
By the way, you remember she said, "Who are you?" Do you see how there's a giant projection of
Yes.
Beck on the monitor?
Well, she's very stupid.
D-cover?
Respond. Beck, please respond.
Beck! Beck, are you alright? What on earth is going on over there?
Professor? Everything's okay. I'm fine. I battled against an unidentified robot. A female wearing a red cloak.
A red cloak?
Our database.
That sounds badass.
No robot file matching that description.
Part of me was thinking it's just gonna go a female.
I'll return to base.
Just be weird about it.
Out there, Beck. Let's go over the details once you're back home.
Another cutscene?
All right, quit your lollygag.
Attention.
Nope. New tips.
New tips.
New tips.
Outrage special actions. Set the bonus Ray stages. Ray can be used. Alright. Alright, just claw. Dash forward as a attack. Crouch, quick fall, okay. Okay. Ray's health meter will undergo a change after a certain amount of time has lapsed as a result of her cell deterioration. Taking damage during their period will result in
During
more damage.
their period.
Oh, their period.
I remember someone showing
Sorry.
me this, yeah.
Remember from
more
their
damage than
states.
usual.
They just could not get the word there right.
To recover from this... yeah, to recover from their state. Wait, is that a neopronoun? You think?
Well, they call her earlier as a result of
Yeah,
her
no,
cell deterioration.
I don't think this is intentional.
Alright. To recover from their state, Ray must absorb cells or use an Excel recover. Her resource powers that far exceed Beck's own abilities, however, she cannot utilize...
No, however,
cell
he
boosts.
cannot use. So it's fluid. It is fluid now, I guess. Jesus Christ.
It's possible to pick up effect. Activate plus pick vibes. Okay. So she has her own stages.
Yeah,
That-
but I think you access it from here. Yeah.
Ray was unlocked to play.
Finally.
Wait.
So
can I play the prison? No, I can't. Wait, yeah, I can. No, I can't. We gotta do one level as Ray, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we can do one level as Ray.
Hey, perfect.
And you'll unlock the next levels after that,
Yeah.
etc. It's like going through
This
the
will be the
campaign.
last thing we do.
12 hours. That's all I have. I must hold. Must keep it together. For all the evidence I've found.
November almost over.
Hell. It's cells. Maybe the Colosseum.
What was the bracket bit there?
No idea.
I don't know.
Will the lunatics never tire of seeing their
Was that translator
toys
notes?
into each other? Sunda Technologies. That name certainly rings a bell. Perhaps I should try to learn more. So this is Sunda Technologies. Noise. A familiar sound. There's something
You skipped some words there. Right.
beautiful. I have no stake in this human crisis, but it should make for an excellent hunting ground.
I wonder if she gets bespoke cutscenes towards the end as well. Oh, by the way, constantly draining health is what they meant by that Zell damage thing.
Okay, so go fast then. Got it.
Yeah, so from what I've been told, and I believe it was Vince Vodka Cheese told us in the Discord, this more falls apart with the actual stages with the bosses. As you might be able to guess, the White House Capitol stage.
Imagine the Capitol
worst.
stage. I was gonna say.
Yeah. And the boss fights in general, because when I was hearing about it, I would assume, oh, okay, but for the boss fights, they would turn off the health drain. Nope. And considering that bosses will have phases sometimes where you know they'll just go off screen and you can't do anything.
Oh, that final fucking boss.
Yeah.
Lil Laps 94 does point out that she does get an ending, yeah, which is without a sequel is a real downer ending. Well, you know, this whole game is a downer. The whole story of Mighty Number 9 is a downer.
Yeah.
I would like to heal.
Yeah, you know, I thought you did heal from it, but it's just stopping the brain.
Yeah, I wasn't getting any like stuff to use Excel Recover.
Yep. And Vince Vodka Cheese confirms that you don't get the health recovery from dashing into the bosses either.
Now I'm getting health back.
Yeah. I wonder if it's...
Is it because I was dashing?
Yeah. And then that's probably the problem with the boss fights, because you have to dash into them to cash in the damage.
Well, it seems like she can cash damage in, like, however. Like, she doesn't need to dash. They'll just, like, go.
It's funny, because if it wasn't for the health drain, I get what they're going for here, in terms of, like, making this character fast. And they had to just, like, fuck it up in some way, I guess.
You know, at least, like, because she's melee focused, the idea of the damage confirm with her at least makes some sort of sense.
Yeah, yeah.
But there is no damage confirm at this point, because just attacking is
a damage confirm in and of itself, which is, yeah.
Right, which is just essentially at that point, fighting an enemy until they die.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lily Lap says, so you can regen your red health bar, which drains, but not the actual taken damage. So
okay,
you kind of work like the bosses. Okay, I get what they were going for then with that. Just like Bloodborne.
Okay, she still has the
Bloodborne, the video games.
She still has that move.
And yeah, I can see the speedrunner vibe they're going for.
She looks like a Homestuck character.
This form especially, yeah.
Yeah.
You saved them. Yep. Isn't her whole thing about eating the robots and whatnot? What is...
Yeah, I guess that counts as eating.
Oh, I wouldn't want to play a full playthrough of that.
Well, guess what, Sharky? I got news for you.
We're not.
Taste different. There's something about the cells in these Sonda robots. Something familiar. I can't help myself. I want more. Yes, more. I must have more.
Garchon, please.
That sounds
Garchon.
odd. A dedication to robotics. Probably the same sort of sentiment he would say to me. Heartless monster. Could there be some connection? Some reason these Sonda cells taste so familiar.
Dario says she
I was
ate tomato
gonna-
like in the hit 2025 movie War of the Worlds.
Yeah. I was gonna say that I might prefer them using the 2D art for cutscenes, but it's also funny that for half of that scene they just showed a sign in Japanese and nothing else.
Quit your lollygagging. It's up to us to stop those.
All right, you little shit. Now what? Are we done?
Now, if you're not going to do the rest of that campaign, I'm saying we skip the online for now. I'm saying we do a, if we might do a bonus episode where we do the online. We might not. Who cares? I don't want to look at this game anymore tonight. I can tell you that much for goddamn free.
I'm not sure how much we would get out of trying the online thing other than yep, it's there. It exists. I'm waiting for you to say the words for me to hit exit game.
Just exit the game. Yeah, I'm saying you can exit the game. I'm saying you can.
Thank you.
Initializing power down sequence. Until next time.
Okay. Here's what I think we should do. Here's my call. Whoop. Let us give some final thoughts on the game at this point, and then we will do, after we give our thoughts, we will do the post-release history. I have the slides prepared, ready to go. Oh, wait, before we do that, though, I think you are owed this, Charkie.
What? All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
much deserved.
So, final thoughts on the game. I'll start, and then Johnny, and then Sharky.
Okay.
Awful. Bad. Not good. The absence of good. It's just so inflexible. I hate the inflexibility of it. I hate the prescribed way and manner, and specific prescribed way and manner that it is meant to be played. I feel like they don't give you any freedom, any real choice. I mean, yeah, you can choose to do the Robot Masters in whatever order, but you're obviously being steered in a very particular direction with that. The powers that you get from them are mostly situational, barring the 2 or 3 of them that are like universally useful. So they fucked up that balance. And just like some of the worst telegraphing I've ever seen. That particle effect that they rely on you to see, to know when to do damage, and the hit confirm system, just all things we complain about. Especially during the final boss, but throughout the course of the game, have been problems consistently. Some really piss poor level design. This is obviously like a product that was rushed in a way that, you know, the thing about the NES MegaMans, right, is that they were also the products of rush jobs back in the day. Do you know how many Mega Man games they put out on the NES and how short a time? Do you know, like there was a time where they were like, you were getting 2 in a year at points in time, if I'm to recall correctly. And so the difference here is that this was obviously made with not seasoned pros. Like, you know, once you get into a flow, once you get into a workflow, once you have an established team, you know, like what Inafune missed out on here, and what he misses out on with his philosophy of, just give me a team and I'll put in the work, I'll figure out what to do with them. You know, just give me any, like, raw talent and I'll whip them into shape. Like, clearly his philosophy is a failed one, because, like, the reason why they were able to make those games assembly line style back in the day is because it was the same fucking people that worked on the first game, that took their time designing the first game and its systems, and then got into a workflow, like an assembly line of like making iterative sequels that expanded on it, that they had ideas on how to do the level design, what a Robot Master should look like. They had all these like established rules that they were able to build within, all these established constraints, not to mention the constraints of the hardware that, you know, kept them from putting too many features in, that kept them from getting the feature creep territory. So Inafune is just wrong. His approach is just wrong. And, you know, him also complaining about how, like, the longer people stick around in the industry, the worse they get, the lazier they get, which is stupid, dumb, wrong, incorrect. Usually, like, when you stick around in a studio, when you stick around as part of a team, when you, like, have, like, people, compatriots, comrades in your workplace that you can bounce ideas off of and, like, work in sync with one another, it's nothing but a good thing. If you're familiar with the way that, you know, a team member operates, familiar with, like, what a programmer on your team can do, or, you know, that you can give an idea idea to an art designer, and they'll come back the next day and they'll know how to like to interpret your idea that you pitched to them, and then commit it to paper, and then further commit it to pixel art or whatever the process may be at different points in time. Like, there's nothing but good. Familiarity is important. Keiji Inafune's, his what's the word I'm looking for? Like, his major, not like his downfall, but like, like the fuck up, the mistake, like his error in thinking is thinking that like you can just toss raw recruits at him and that he can whip them into shape immediately, and that his vision alone is like the thing that matters here, and that will turn this product around, that will allow them, that he can just get them up to speed in the same way that it took years, decades, for people at Capcom to get into shape, to get on the same page as one another. It took them years. And thinking that he can recreate those circumstances in a bottle, in a condensed, collapsed period of time, is foolish. He's a fool. It's so frustrating when people who are industry veterans, say what you will about Inafune, but he is an industry vet. He should know better. I think what happened was, like, what I honestly believe is that at some point, towards the tail end of his Capcom years, he was just having disagreements with management, disagreements with people underneath him. He couldn't adapt to, the changing work culture, and he decided to blame all the problems and all his own incompetencies and his own failures of vision on the people around him. Came up with this idea of, it's like working in a socialist state, these fucking salarymen collecting their paychecks, when he's the one who is lagging behind the rest of them, when he's the one who is clearly out of step and out of touch with the way that modern game design was going. He was clever enough and savvy enough to realize that Kickstarter campaigns were a way to go, that crowdfunding was an option, but then they mismanaged and bungled every single element of the Kickstarter and allowed themselves to be spread too thin and to have too many goals simultaneously. We'll get into that. We'll get into that in the post-release, and we got into that during the history section as well. But, it was just too much. It was too much responsibility put on such a small team with such a small budget. If they hadn't made so much goddamn money, maybe, if they hadn't kept inventing stretch goals, if they hadn't kept expanding their vision and letting feature creep dictate the direction of the thing, maybe if they just fucking kept it simple stupid, then maybe this game could have turned out to be better. There is a reality in which this game turns out fine, in which they are able to, probably with half the money on Kickstarter, if they raised way less and had their scope cut in half, they could have focused on the things that they needed to focus on. They could have taken an equivalent amount of time to really hone the core gameplay, to realize what works and what doesn't, to really fine-tune the stages in the boss encounters, to make sure that all the telegraphing for vulnerability states is more obvious and apparent, to not be developing it across 7 platforms at the same time and ultimately having to fucking scrap 2 of them. Maybe there's a world in which this game is remotely acceptable. Maybe even a world where it turned out to be good, genuinely good. I don't think there's a world where this turns out to be great. I think it is, next in line. I think that the ideal scenario would be that this game comes out, the expectations aren't as sky high as they unreasonably became, as it sort of spun out of control as to become with the way the Kickstarter went, that if it had turned out a decent little 3 out of 5, 4 out of game, and sold through a decent number of units in the sales universe past the Kickstarter fulfillment, past fulfillment for the people who had crowdfunded it, if it had become a moderate success in that capacity, then they could say, okay, cool, we got this out here, now we work on the sequel, now we work on further games, now our team that has been assembled here from the Inti Creates B team or C team or Z team, whatever, now that they have a game out, now that we have proof of product, now this team will continue to work together on these future products, on iterating this design. MegaMan 1 did not come out the shell fully formed. The original Rockman MegaMan is not perfect. MegaMan 2 is arguably perfect in my mind. I think that's where they really nailed it. I think, as that NES series progressed, I think just adding more extraneous features and rush modes and toying with the abilities, it's a mixed results. But, you know, it took them time. It took them putting out one game that was pretty good in Mega Man, and then the next one is like close to masterpiece status. And that's because you have a framework to build within, because you have familiarity, because you have an established team that knows how to work with each other and to bring out the best in each other. And you have designers in charge and directors in charge who know how to get the best out of their team. And without that experience behind them, without the time to manifest that, this was always going to be doomed. That's where I stand on it. Seemed fucking miserable. The bits I played of it were zero fun. I hated being locked into the very prescribed way they wanted me to play it. I want to have choices. I want to have freedom. I want to have options. And this game just seems antithetical to that. Seems to be refusing to engage with that. That they just did not have the time or consideration or the ability, the wherewithal to give you those sorts of options that I desperately crave in approaching a game like this. So for me, it's going to be a 1 out of 5. For me, it's going to be just seeing how far it went and how committed it is to its bad ideas towards the end of the game. I just could not see myself in a context outside of doing it for the internet, doing it for a show, finishing the game. Charkie, I understand completely why you fell off of this game and trying to play it so many times, why you never saw it through to completion until you had the impetus of the show to push you through it. Because it's a game that just pushes you off of it. It's a game that just like shoves you off of its back. It's a game that just like actively rejects you at so many turns.
It's a game that, at least for me, when you're playing it, at some point you think, I could be doing better things.
But that will do it for my thoughts. Johnny.
Yeah. You know, through the playthrough, we've gone into our specific grievances with the very specific mechanics. I'm going to kind of go more overarching. And yeah, Keiji Inafune, it's weird because to his credit, he did recognize things in the video game industry early on that were poignant, that were good points to make. That yes, Japan couldn't make video games targeting just their market when they were a shrinking size of the market, and with the increasing cost of development, and points about not ballooning your internal studio to, you know, and the way that incurs costs. Look at Resident Evil 6, for example, on that. But but then those ideas went to the extreme of the, you know, the outsourcing. Oh yeah, you just need a couple people who can work on this, and then they can be doing like 10 projects at once, and just not knowing when to stop with that idea. And this does feel like the ultimate combination of that idea failing. It's so strange because you see when the Kickstarter started, like you look at the video, you look at the commentary around it, some of the live stream stuff. This seemed like a project that had a lot of passion, like a desire to bring back this style of game, especially because Mega Man had been dormant since he had left Capcom. When I see this game all the way through, this feels like an obligation. In an alternative universe, I could see a publisher was like, oh, we'll give you a contract, but you have to make one of those games like those Mega Man games you used to make. And this was one, he was like, oh, okay, I'll like do some designs and then not really pay attention. Because it feels like outside of just it being built around that dashing mechanic, it doesn't feel polished. It doesn't feel like a overarching vision on the game. It feels very paint by numbers without understanding the nuance, the substance of what was great about the various Mega Man, Mega Man X, and onwards. It feels like a contractual obligation, which is wild to say because it wasn't. You know, it was primarily crowdfunded. It was supposed to be this like grassroots development thing. Obviously, that kind of changed when Deep Silver got involved, but whatever. But yeah, to see it come out that as something that comes off as just like wasn't like passion and love wasn't really put into it. Yes, I especially just feel bad for people who back this, not just because of it coming out poorly, but because of it coming out in a way that does feel very like cynical and passionless. Like passionless is the main word I would use for this. It's just outside of little things, like the only little bits of passion I can say is them having the robots come in on stages and give you dialogue and, oh, I'm going to destroy this ice stuff in the background. Even if it's superficial gameplay wise. It's the one touch that feels like someone building on what Mega Man games could have done and didn't in the past. Everything else just feels like, yeah, we didn't really get why these games worked. We're just gonna copy the bare threads and then try our own spin and not really know if it fits the Mega Man formula, and then ultimately doesn't. And yeah, just a mean game as well. I don't know why it's so mean. Why, like, well, I know some of it. I know some of its poor design choices, but why they didn't try and do something to alleviate that? Why it's so strict? Why it only wants you to play it a certain way? And, you know, most of the power-ups being useless outside of their one context. It is, yeah. And again, they did have big pedigree with this. So to see them phone it in as well, like the music being a prime example of that, and the designs, in a lot of cases, you can point to previous games and just go, oh, that's just that design. Just strangely passionless, an obligation, which, yeah, might be the most damning statement I think I can say for a game that was supposed to be about passion, you know? Ugh. And that's it for me.
All right, Charkie, take it away.
All right. So, at its core, when I look at it in terms of like ideas that they were dealing in, like thought the designs in terms of gameplay that they wanted to make this thing, in terms of like cashing out damage, in terms of like how fast the game moves, especially once you get into Excel dashing and using that dash to cash out of that damage, especially when you get to the sword and all that stuff. I like on paper the ideas that they had for this. I do like the cash out mechanic on paper. I like the idea that you have to always kind of be dashing into things or have to dash into some form of danger. I like that on paper. I like the sword. In practice, actually, the sword is kind of fun to use in this, but it's just bungled. They just dropped the ball so hard on these ideas that I think could have worked, because something I was hearing while playing this a lot, a voice coming through my headphones was saying that the cash out mechanic was awful, and people talking about like the prescribed way to play this game, and that's not just UCast. I was like that was Johnny too, and like people in the chat have been talking about this too. But I don't think that couldn't have worked.
There's a world in which it worked. To be clear, just to clarify, because you're about to make the same point as me, but I just want to let you know that I agree with you, which is that, yes, in a perfect world, there's a way where that could have been implemented more cleanly, where you could have at least had, in my mind, like what I would have wanted was, like, if you're going to have the cash out, fine, but at least have like different options for combat that lead to you, that like make it sure it's a consistent stun state when they're in that mode where you can cash it out. I feel it's not conceptually awful, it's just an execution. It does not work with the way that the game plays with range and then forces you to come in for that.
And I think one of the key issues, not the only one, but one of the key issues that is holding back that system from working and is holding back a lot of things from working in this is readability and visibility and like projecting like what is actually happening on screen. And I think this might be some of like, if I were to like, going back to when we were talking about like reviewers saying the game was ugly, I can kind of agree to some extent. The in-engine cutscenes were a little rough, but there is too much stuff happening at any given time in terms of particle effects, and there are some really, really bad choices in terms of like how things are being colored that make it way too hard to determine at a moment, at a glance, like this enemy or this boss is ready to be cashed out, especially when on bosses where the longer you wait to cash out, the more health they will get back. And the timing for 100% combo is actually pretty tight. You can be like, I feel like I've been off by less than a second and gotten 80% on some of these combos. And that final boss, that final boss is going to be in its own section. But that final boss right here is a good example of that, of being a very purple enemy whose cash out cue was purple particles that was also always spewing out particles. It was unreadable. And that unreadability extends to the level design too. The level design was really bad. There were a lot of like just blind jumps. There were a lot of locations where it's very hard to tell like how tight a whole how tight a passageway is that you might need to get through. We saw that in this episode with that one drop into a area with just electric things on the ceiling and the floor, and I was having a real hard time figuring out what is the actual opening on this. Oh, this is really bad in that in the last episode on one of those challenge levels where we had to use like the remote explosives, and you had to like thread it through the little tunnels just big enough for that thing. But the way that the game renders, a 3D space means we were looking at it from an angle and not side on. So it was almost impossible to discern, like, am I actually facing this thing in such a way that I can shoot this thing through it? And beyond, the visibility issues, the levels are also just designed like shit. There were places where it's like, I don't know what option you thought I had. I think this is the ice level. I think the first level that I was playing in this playthrough, I think this is it, was there's this one jump where there is an enemy like right over a pit, right behind a wall, and just above where I would actually be able to shoot it. So there was like no good option for shooting it or dashing into it to cash out if I were to shoot it, because if I dash into it, then I would just be like over a pit. There were parts that it almost felt like the design was made to just be an asshole, to just be like, yeah, this sucks, and we know it, because they had to have.
My theory of sometimes game design is just anti-player, is this anti-consumer, is just a challenge.
And this game does like show its bloat from all the Kickstarter stuff. The challenges being like the break the target challenge, like that could have been a cool thing to like learn how to use each weapon. Like if you kind of like this big open room to test it out.
Doesn't
and
Metal
it's
Gear
the same layout? For
doesn't
every
Metal
single
Gear
thing.
Rising Revengeance do that? Where when you get new abilities or new items or new weapons, they take you to a VR training mode where you learn how to use it.
Johnny, you may have played more recently than me. To know that.
Yeah, for some stuff they do, yeah.
But it's an idea. It's fine. Yeah, I appreciate it being there, but it's just the same layout used for every single one of them. The call level, like that stuck out like a sore thumb. Like that shouldn't have been there. That was very obviously just like shoehorned in. From what I understand from people have said, the online feels shooting too. It's like, yeah, I'm not talking a lot about the Kickstarter stuff, but it's very obvious as you play it that this game suffered from just egregious amounts of bloat and like having to put in more and more and more things that isn't adding to the whole and is perhaps taking away from the ability to focus on any one thing particularly well by virtue of needing to like do all this extra stuff.
Pleasing so many masters all at once.
Yeah. Spreading themselves way too thin. And yeah, that final boss sucked. The final boss was awful. That was like the culmination of all the readability stuff. That was like a difficulty, like brick wall, because for the most part, I wasn't having that much difficulty with the game. Like there were bullshit sections where I was dying for sure. There were parts where I was losing on bosses, and I was like, God, I could have done better than that. Or, oh, that's a one-hit kill. Okay, cool. And the timing on that's fucking weird. So it took me like a couple times to get it. That final boss was just such a slog. Like even recognizing like what issues I was having with some stuff, some of those phases were so long, especially that first phase. Like that became so rote at a certain point, and you have to do that like 3-minute section over and over and over again. God, yeah, this is. I'm not like I'm not lamenting so much that this could have been something real good. Maybe that's because I didn't put money on this, so I don't have that strong of a connection to it. But I do recognize that it could have been better. It should have been better. It should have kept itself, like, its own expectations in check. It it should have, in a perfect world, gotten like more attention and care to it. Uh, but and you can tell that there are people working on this thing that had good ideas, that to some extent knew what they were doing or knew what they wanted to make, and it was what they wanted to make wasn't a bad idea. But man, it did not coalesce into anything that I think is good remotely. Like, this is, I don't think I could recommend someone trying to play this all the way through. Like, if you want to check it out, check it out. But I don't think it holds up if you were to play this whole thing. It's just frustrating. It is one of those things where it's like, you have better things you can do with your time. Like, give it a shot if you want, but don't feel compelled to finish it like I did.
Unless you have a show for the internet you got to do, unless you are contractually obligated to do it.
That might be it. I do feel bad for the people who, really wanted this to be something good and got this mess as a result of it.
I do feel bad for them to an extent. I think the point I raised during the prehistory, which I know you weren't here for the pre-release history for the 2-hour history section in the first episode, but like the fact that people kept throwing money at it every time they asked. Like, the warning signs were there.
That was
during the Kickstarter.
That the money they were getting, like, from each like progressive thing was waning down over time, right? Like, people were starting to be like, no, Inafune.
Eventually. But
after like the third or fourth round of additional funding. But like, bear in mind, there's also the Red Ash thing that people were funding concurrently before the first thing had even come out. I think, yes, some people eventually got the clue. There were some people who were just so committed to this thing, who could not see that the train wreck was happening in front of them, who could not see like this shit going off the rails when there were telltale signs. There were like definitely clear points during the development, during the Kickstarter campaign, where people should have started to recognize that, like, oh, there's no way this turns out good. There were some very clear moments along that path.
There is an instinct among people, just like a natural instinct, that when you put money into something, you have a vested interest in really wanting to believe this is going to turn out good, because you've already put your money into it. So, like,
it's
possible to legally. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It's possible to, look at it, like, have contributed to Mighty Number 9 and look at what's going on and be like, fuck, I fucked up. But
the solution is not toss more money at it, though.
I think it is a natural instinct of people to, make that mistake, to be like, I'm going to hold out hope. I'm going to hold out hope for this. And you know what? Maybe more money would help it in some way. More money means more development, sure. And I don't necessarily fault people who thought that way, because I think that is a natural instinct. Time proves fools of us all.
And fools are separated from their money. And these fools were certainly separated from their money past a certain point.
And it was a lesson. It was definitely a lesson, harder for some than others. But no, I understand the impetus for, like, still believing in it all the way to the end, because you don't want it. You're invested in it at that point. You have some sort of personal stake, or you feel you have some sort of personal stake in this thing, and you don't want it to suck. So you tell yourself, I think this will turn around. I think these warning signs are false alarms, and then you get my number 9.
And with that, back on the side of the screen again. Funny that. Because you get Mighty Number 9. You get the product that you get. You get the game we got, that we played. And we get a little bit of post-release history on said game. we do have some slides prepared. Johnny, are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's send this thing home.
Yeah. So I just want to briefly mention that what the main source that I cite on this is the third of the Stop Skeletons from Fighting videos on this. I believe it's called How MegaMan 11 Rose from the Ashes of Mighty Number 9. So we go further into the present than that video because it's an old video now. But that's where some of this is from. But we'll start at the post-launch. So what happened to Mighty Number 9 and Beck afterwards? The Kickstarter only had a few updates post-release, such as a few fangamer updates and robot design contest posts. The last update was on October the 25th, 2017, with Fangamer announcing they were finally in the process of shipping out all remaining physical rewards. Why did this take so long? If you remember, the game launched a year earlier, July 2016. We don't have official confirmation, but Stop Skeletons from Fighting speculated it was related to financial issues, as a Polygon cover story that featured some tidbits about Concept and Mighty Number 9's development revealed Concept did not account for how much Kickstarter fees and backer rewards would eat into its 4 million raise and possibly ran out of money for said Kickstarter rewards. And I think this is interesting considering that Inafune diverted money from backers upgrading their rewards to fund the English voice acting initially. And yes, the source I have on that is a Polygon article directing from the sidelines by Matt Leone that has some interviews with Concept people. In typical Mighty Number 9 fashion, the physical manuals shipped with some of the NES or Famicom style boxes were the wrong size for their respective box, though Fangamer themselves resolved this and sent out replacement manuals for those affected for free. Beck had previously cameoed in Inti Create's 8-bit style crossover title Mighty Gunvolt, alongside Gunvolt from Azure Striker Gunvolt and Echo Row from Galgun, which released on Nintendo 3DS on August 29th, 2014, and later a Windows PC version September 29th, 2015.
So when you say previously cameoed, this means 2014 release date. So this came out before Mighty Number 9, is what you mean to say?
Yes.
So that the first time players would have been able to play as Beck would have been in that, or in Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z as a skin in there, for whatever that's worth.
I actually had this game before my number 9 came out, so this is my only exposure to Beck for a very long time.
Yeah. And a sequel, Mighty Gunvolt Burst, was released on June the 15th, 2017 for the Nintendo Switch, and June the 29th for Nintendo 3DS, with PlayStation 4 and Steam version releasing a few years later. Both releases do have seemed to be received well, but Mighty Number 9 characters have not featured in anything else since. So people were speculating earlier about if Inti Create owns the IP. If they do, they ain't using it. As you might have guessed, the promised Nintendo 3DS and PlayStation Vita ports of Mighty Number 9 never came out, which is particularly funny. Ben Judd reveals in that Polygon article we cite that the game had to be scaled back to match those handheld systems. Wasn't there supposed to be an animated tie-in as well at some point? Fuck if I know. Like, there's just no word on that.
Yeah, that's one of the great unknowns. Maybe they'll shadow drop that one of these days too, right? You know, right alongside Mighty Number 10, like we've been hoping for.
See how you feel about that at the end of this section, this history. So, what happened to Concept? Being an ideas Concept in-house and not doing the bulk of development, Keiji Inafune and the team were often working on other projects under different publishers. The last one of these was Recore, an action platforming adventure game co-developed with Armature Studio, published by Microsoft Studios as an Xbox One/PC console exclusive on September the 13th, 2016. While praised for its unique combination of various genre elements alongside its visuals and audio, the actual gameplay was poorly received, along with a litany of technical issues resulting in the game ending up with a mixed critical reception. Armature released a major update, Recore Definitive Edition, for free on August 29th, 2017, addressing the technical issues as well as major gameplay changes and additional content that was far better received, with Destructoid's Brett Makedonsky calling the update, quote, what Recore should have been in the first place. And we have an article on that. 1 year later, Recore's finally pretty good. I've actually been playing this one. I'll say graphics are not great on base Xbox One. That's probably the PC version where it stands out. It's okay. It's definitely got some interesting ideas of combining stuff together. Like it's like a third-person shooter with kind of an open world Metroid-style progression. I'd say probably the worst aspects is probably what Concept would have done, which is the world, the lore, the visual design. It's just typical like post-apocalyptic robots are going. The robots are uncontrollable.
The robots are revolting.
Yeah, and humanity's like nearly extinct, and they were supposed to save us. It's very boilerplate. The characters are whatever. But I did, after like a bit, get into the gameplay, but it definitely takes a few hours to get into. But it is definitely like a 3 out of 5, and that's the improved version, I'd say.
Well, very good.
On June the 13th, 2017, Inafune would open a new studio as a subsidiary of Level 5 called Level 5 Concept, made up of about 15 people, mostly staff from Concept and based in Osaka, with Level 5 president and CEO Akihiro Hino as CEO and Keiji Inafune as CCO. This is often reported as Level 5 acquiring Concept in the press, but as we'll get into later, that was not the case. And yes, I have the Level 5 announcement archive for that, linked here. Inafune and Hino gave an interview to Weekly Famitsu to give some insight into the partnership and the new studio, citing wanting to work together again since both working on Guild 2, the game compilation for Nintendo 3DS. And Inafune saying he had been a fan of Hino since around the time Inafune was at Capcom. At the same time, they announced their first project, Dragon and Colonies, a game for Android and iOS phones that was released in Japan on June 2019, though it was shut down by February 2020. And yeah, we have a Gemitsu article that translates some of that. Level 5 acquires Concept, now Level 5 Concept by Sal Romano.
So when you say Dragon and Colonies was a released and then shut down, it was like, I'm presuming like a live service, like phone game,
yes,
where you you invest money in, you buy resources in typical phone game fashion, and it lasted June to February. It's like about 6 months.
Yeah, 6 to 8 months ish. Yeah.
So that's not good.
Yeah.
Usually that's a sign that, there's not many adopters, that not many people are bought into the ecosystem. If you can't even hook like a couple whales, like usually like there are straight up games on mobile that manage to hook like 1 or 2 whales, and that is enough to sustain an entire business. To not even have that is telling, to be sure.
For a few years, Level 5 Concept would act as a support studio on Level 5 developed games. But on February the 8th, 2023, Level 5 and Level 5 Concept announced Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, a quote, social slow life RPG for Nintendo Switch. This would be the subsidiary studio's first big project since their founding, previously doing just support work in mobile titles. And yeah, we have the Gemitsu article announcing it by, again, Sal Romano. Though originally intended to release in 2023, the game suffered multiple delays, and on March the 25th, 2025, Level 5 made 2 big announcements: that Keiji Inafune had left Level 5 Concept last summer amid, quote, harsh feedback from internal playtests, and that development had undergone a major rehaul, with Akihiro Hino now taking the helm. And yeah, we have a GameSpot article, quote, harsh feedback leads to Fantasy Life overhaul after MegaMan creator's departure. I find that interesting, by the way, that they didn't announce that until, again, like 7-8 months after the fact. Very strange.
That's common. They didn't want to upset shareholders. They didn't want to scare off shareholders. They wanted to continue, off the back of like, having this director and, having this guy, for whatever name value he may have had in the post Mighty Number 9 world. You just don't want to announce any shakeups. You don't want to announce any major shakeups in terms of hierarchy while a game is in development. You want to get the product out or close to the finish line before you, so you can maintain like whatever like funding you have from the outside.
Yeah. So So Fanny's Life, The Girl Who Steals Time would release on May the 21st, 2025 on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox Series S and X, and later Switch 2 as a launch title to highly positive critical reception. So it actually worked out in the end. Hino was able to fix whatever was going wrong with that. Just before the game's launch on April the 30th, 2025, Level 5 Concept were officially disbanded and merged into Level 5 Osaka, who they'd been working with since March of that same year. And yeah, we have RPGsite.net article here. Level 5 was formally dissolved. The Level 5 Concept subsidiary established with Keiji Inafune by Kite Stenbuck. So yeah, they were back and then gone again. Ah, yes. So on January the 13th, 2026, Concept was, quote, officially dissolved by a shareholders' resolution. Though at this point the company had been shut down for quite some time. So this was more of a formality at this point. This is where Sal Romano is cited as clarifying the previously mentioned confusion that Level 5 had acquired Concept, but in reality was an entirely separate entity from Level 5 Concept. And yeah, we have an article from Nintendo Life confirming that Keiji Inafune's Main Number 9 studio Concept is finished by Liam Dooland. That also has the confirmation about the separate entities. But I can see why there's confusion, because it is a mess that Concept existed at the same time. But despite how reputation ruining Mighty Number 9 was for Keiji Inafune, this didn't keep him away from working in the industry, including some further reputation ruining, such as running a MegaMan inspired NFT project called Beastroid in 2022. You know, right when the NFT bubble was bursting. So that's one of them. A more positive one, he was executive producer and, quote, action supervisor on Inti Create's Azure Striker Gunvolt 3 that released in 2022. And, you know, in reputation ruin in the previously reported troubled development of Fantasy Life I. And yeah, for the NFT scoop, we have this article from Video Game Chronicle. MegaMan's Keiji Inafune is back with Beastroids, a range of NFTs by Andy Robertson.
Yeah, so I scrolled through this fucking website, an archive of the website, and it is nonsense. It is some of the most nonsensical talking jargon directly appealing to, like, you know, people who would be into NFTs. It's like all like, you know, like the first 100 will get free reign of the mint on the public offering and the blah, 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 blah. And there's like 3 pieces of art on it, 3 Robot Master looking characters, including this sexy cat lady sticking her ass up in the air as the header arts. And, you know, like, it's better than... Wow. Thank you. You know, it's better than, like, you know, the sort of automatically generated NFT art that you're used to, like your Bored Apes, where you have, like, a template. Like, it clearly, like, Keiji Inafune was, like, drawing or, like, was at least conceptualizing individual bespoke characters. What do you want to say, Charkie?
I'm sorry, by the way, y'all really dropped the ball, chat, when we were playing earlier, and Trinity showed up for the first time as the big screaming ball of a mouth, and no one hit the She's Beautiful.
Yeah, well.
A little disappointed. Anyway, continue.
The point being that, you know, like, this was meant to be like an NFT project where, like, you know, the appeal of it would be that you'd have these, instead of just getting, like, you know, the generic slop, you know, proc-gen or, you know, barely iterated on NFTs that everyone, like, you know, your Bored Apes, where everything has the same base template thing and it's just different colors, different hats and glasses on, that, you know, ostensibly there would be dozens, if not hundreds, of bespoke Robot Master designs, except that, you know, I was checking the website, there's only the 3 designs they had up, you know, as samples, and that each of them had a normal version and an advanced version, which was just a recolor. So you can get them, like, basically like a shiny Pokemon. You can get like a color variant on them if you got lucky with your investment. If you got lucky in putting the money in, you might be gifted the rare variant of it. So, you know, typical NFT bullshit. Typical hitching of the horse to a doomed prospect. How long did we have to deal with the NFT gaming thing? Like 2 years, I think. And this never materialized. It never will materialize. You know, small miracles that I don't think it ever properly launched. I think Polka Fantasy was like a broader service for, like, you know, other NFT offerings that had like multiple NFT projects on it. So, you know, they got their money elsewhere. They had their other ventures. But I don't believe this one paid off. I don't believe anyone got milked on this one, unless they did, in which case, sucks to be them, but also you're an idiot if you invested in anything NFT. You're just a fucking moron, straight up. If you fell for that shit, if you had the rug pulled out from under you, take it as a learning experience. And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. And a big thing about that is, we knew at this point, but that pretty much confirms any sort of Red Ash game or any more Beck stuff. Like, that's not happening. There's no company anymore. So that's what I was alluding to earlier. So, last reported, Keiji Inafune joined Japanese game studio Rocket Studio Inc. as an executive officer at some point in 2025. Though not credited on a game since joining the studio, he's still as opinionated as ever, giving talks at South Korea's Console Game Developer Conference 2025 and Game Dev Summit 2026. And yeah, I have a link to the first one, and that was their talk. Yeah, MegaMan creator Keiji Inafune criticizes game industry's growing reliance on IP fame and trendy genres. Quote, "We need developers with a clear message." And there's an article was by Amber Vajestica. And then also just a link to the Game Dev Summit page on Keiji Inafune. So yeah, who knows exactly what he's doing at Rocket Studio, but again, still wants to tell everyone how we should do things. That has not changed in the decades since.
So basically, if we're to take a takeaway from this, so if this is the end of the where are they now, and this is what he's doing currently, executive officer, that doesn't mean anything. It means that you just collect money. Basically, that you sit in a boardroom, and then occasionally you give some sort of input on the direction of the company. And when there comes time to talk to shareholders, your presence there and your ability to speak business to them and to be like, I came from successful companies and I see a positive trajectory for this company, and that's why we need your. But it doesn't mean it probably means that he's completely hands off when it comes to game design. It probably means that he's completely hands off in terms of he's not doing directing. It's very clear. Executive officer removes you from the directing and design roles, which is the thing that he ostensibly left Capcom because he was dissatisfied being an executive and wanted to get back to the nitty gritty of game design. And I feel like this whole experience probably showed his whole ass. Maybe he realized that for whatever capacity he was involved in Mighty No. 9's active development, and however little or much that may be, clearly the takeaway that he had is that, okay, I'm going to fuck off back to the executive officer position. But then to continue doing...
It did take him a few years, yeah. That's the thing.
To continue doing the press junkets, though, to do Game Dev Summit, to give your input on the direction of the industry, and to dare to criticize other developers for relying on IP fame when your breakout idea when you got away from Capcom was to do Mega Man but legally distinct. That's still the same fucking issue of you're getting away from the IP, but you're still trying to recreate that IP. For the benefit of folk who are engaged in that IP, that might as well be just relying on IP at that point. And instead of carving out something wholly unique, doing something from scratch, resting on your laurels, rehashing old ideas in a form factor that is legally distinct is just as bad as IP slop. And I don't know what else he's done that has been wholly unique. That isn't just completely derivative. I mean, how many ideas are completely original at this point? I mean, I guess you can make the argument that all ideas in the games industry at this point are derivative of existing ideas, of existing templates and themes, and so on and so forth. That to make something truly wholly original, is tough. And obviously, this is not to bemoan, the sentiment of, continuing to churn out endless squeakquels to long-running franchises is that's not a problem. It's the same problem that, movie industry has right now, where it's just legacy franchise and remakes and reboots and cinematic universes, which you can draw direct parallels to, and how that, at this point, the bottom's starting to fall out of that, how that reliance on franchise and on IP has led to declines there, how that is not sustainable past a certain point, how we've reached the burnout point with consumers on that stuff. and games industry is facing very much similar issues, or would be facing it if the issue now wasn't just the fact that every manufacturer is fucking bailing on the industry. So that's a whole other kettle of fish we could get into. And what does Keiji Inafune have to say about that? What's his take on the direction that the manufacturers are going? That the idea of there not being like a console space fucking 5 years from now. That like fucking Microsoft and Sony are going to get the fuck out of there and just gonna be Nintendo, right? Does he have anything to say about that possibility, about that permutation? Is he going to be inoculated from that? What does Rocket Studios' place? What are they working on? What is their priority? Operating out of South Korea, you can make some educated guesses as to what genres or what platforms they may be targeting. It's based on what is successful in South Korea and why a studio like that would hire a Keiji Inafune. What purpose they might have for bringing him particular onto their company, whether he has certain focuses, whether it's a globalization effort because that's his big
correction on that. Rocket Studios seem to be
Japanese.
It's not Japanese based, but definitely Japanese employees.
Okay, I was misreading here because of the South Korea's console game developer conference thing, but so this speech is on behalf of a Japanese company. Okay, so that's again. So what does Japanese company want with him at this point? If not to to increase their global appeal on stuff, if that's supposedly what Keiji Inafune's whole directive and his whole mission statement is, if it's still what he believes in, if he's still touting that line, then the idea would obviously be that by working with this studio, he's helping this Japanese game studio, this Rocket Studio, to be more globally appealing, to maybe reach out to the Western market for whatever that's worth. Remains to be seen. The story is, as of yet, unfinished. There is still more to be told. The next few years, we will probably get some amount of updates on the Rocket Studio situation, on what Keiji Inafune gets up to. But, at least all the other players in this story, Concept, fucking Dunzo, Level 5.
Really, really funny. It happened this year that they officially were disbanded and shut down.
I think just, in terms of where we stand on this, where Keiji Inafune's reputation leaves him, I will say this. I will say that just for the benefit of folk who, who believe that, people getting mad about a Kickstarter and gamers online are going to have a permanent impact on his reputation in the business world, Keiji Inafune will never be out of a job. Keiji Inafune will never be in a position where people aren't willing to hire him for his input. He's been in the industry so long and had his name connected to so many successful projects that a misstep like this, which if he's savvy, if he's at all business savvy, he can still spin the Mighty No. 9 story as a success story. If he's as clever as, he makes himself out to be, it's very easy to say, the market just wasn't ready for it, to hand wave the issues that Mighty No. 9 ultimately had, and to, just to focus on the positives, and to sell yourself to whatever company may be looking to hire you. It's very easy. I could do it. If I were in Keiji Inafune's shoes, I would find ways to sell it as positive, to focus, accentuate the positives, and brush the negatives under the rug, and to continue getting work. So I don't think you'll have an issue with it.
Yeah, or frame it as a flaw with Kickstarter, so it's not the people, it's the way they find
any number of scapegoats, any other number of directions you can cast the blame in to deflect it from yourself. So the punishment due is not necessarily you're not going to get satisfaction. If you're hoping that this whole thing killed Inafune's career, no, that's the wrong read of it. He'll be fine. I wanted to put that out there for the benefit of folk who just don't understand fully how the industry works. Wanted a little bit more insight into it, money talks and money men talk.
It was definitely interesting to see that. Yeah, he did do a decent amount after Mighty No. 9. It'd be great to one day find out what happened with Fantasy Life I. There seems to be a big amount of drama there that just is not being told because of the nature, especially nature of the Japanese video game industry. We might not never know. It sounds like that project, because it was supposed to come out the year it was announced, 2023. So that's very significant that it got delayed 2 years, and reportedly, basically the entire game got remade from scratch, from what I could gather. But there's so little details on it. But it's also interesting that seemingly what he had a working relationship with Inti Create still, working on one of the Gunvolt games after the fact as well. So yeah, that does show that the seniority that he bemoaned earlier, it has helped
has
him in the long
benefited
run.
him immensely and
Yeah.
will continue to for the rest of his career. For my part,
it's just like a socialist state. Oh.
For my part, I never need to see anything by this guy ever again. He's not as revolting as a Yuji Naka, for example. You can draw some parallels between this story and the Balan Wonderworld. Even though they are, were funded in different ways, were developed in different circumstances. It's still the idea of the egomaniac who believes that his vision is the correct vision, who seems to butt heads with everyone he works with, and then ultimately refusing to adapt with the times in a way that is meaningful. I think Yuji's a little more pitiable, is a little more unforgivable. Ultimately, I think that Keiji is at least I don't hate the man. He made some mistakes, he made some missteps, but at the same time, I'm definitely not keen to trust his judgment. I think his judgment is rotten. I think his design is antiquated. But, I don't hate the man in the same way that I hate a Yuji Naka, who is just petty through and through. Yuji can continue giving his input, continue giving his advice to other developers. I would heed them to not listen to it. I'm sure there are some valuable lessons. I'm sure he has stories to tell. I think the benefit, the thing that he could do that would benefit people the most would be to tell stories about the old days. Instead of trying to put a frame around the modern day to try to say here's what I learned and here's how it impacts modern day. Just tell your stories. Just write your fucking autobiography. Just say what it was to work at Capcom in that time. Talk to people about what worked back in the day and what didn't. Give us the insight into what that workplace culture was like back in the day and let people draw their own conclusions from that rather than trying to use that as a framing device for game design in the modern era, because they are not compatible. Because his insights and his advice and his business savvy stops at a certain point. It stops being relevant. It stops updating. He stops keeping contemporaneous with the state of the industry past a certain point in time. But there's still value to be gleaned from those old stories, from those old war stories that he might have.
Mm-hmm. And say what you want about his opinions and take on the industry. Definitely in all the research I did, I never found anyone having personal problems with him in the way that people talk about Yuji Naka. He might have made mistakes, but I never hear things of him being horrible to work for and forcing crunch or anything like that. It just seems he's got he thinks he can spin anything into gold, and his time at Capcom and the constant promotions probably helped reinforce that. But no one had anything to the level of the
viscerally negative to say about him. So, no one was
so that shows you something.
Charkie, would you play a new game directed by, designed by Keiji Inafune? Is that of any interest to you?
I'd be extremely curious to know what that would be if it were to come out. There's a good chance I would end up playing it. There's a slim to none chance that I would be there buying it day one.
Of course, yeah. Who knows? Maybe he'll make another game that winds up on this show someday and will be contractually obligate to play the next and possibly last bad game from Keiji Inafune. But time will have to tell on that front. That's the post-release history, as much of it as we can cover at current. We'll see about coming back for a bonus episode of this if we want to highlight the online features, maybe a little bit more of the DLC campaign. I don't know if we need to. But, we'll put it to maybe folk in the server, in the Discord server, discord.gg/BGHOF. If there's a burning desire to see some of that stuff, maybe put it to our patrons in particular in there. But in the event that this is, in fact, the last episode of this playthrough, that we are done and dusted with Mighty Number 9, we certainly got through, the campaign. We certainly gave our conclusions on the game, our thoughts on the game, and I feel like that's, as good an endpoint as any. I'm ready to wash my hands of it, personally. But time will tell.
Be good to see the back of Mighty Number 9.
But, in the event that this is, in fact, the last episode of this playthrough, we don't have the bonus episode, I will use this opportunity to say, folks, thank you for tuning in to this, the third episode of our playthrough of Mighty Number 9, the grand finale, as it were. Thank you, Charkie, for playing the goddamn game, for having the patience of a saint. God knows I wouldn't. God knows I would not have been able to get through this game. For my part, Johnny, maybe if you banged your head against enough, I know you have the patience of a saint as well, so there's a chance that you wouldn't have enjoyed it. But you could have
I don't know.
through.
I played on my own, and I got to the point where I was like, even when I was beating it, I was like, I don't want to go further.
I can't blame you.
So yeah, Charkie's a real saint for bearing through and finishing this. Mega thank you for doing that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm glad to have this one, not just in the rearview mirror, but to have this one available. That in future, when the subject of Mighty No. 9 comes up, and it will inevitably, if we ever talk about another Kickstarter disaster type game, another Kickstarter disaster scenario around a game, it'll invariably draw comparisons to this. And we can just point to, like, here's our playthrough. Whenever we deal with people who, will defend these games. It's not to bemoan people. If you are, someone who is genuinely a fan of Mighty No. 9 still, we're not going to talk you out of it. But, we hope that, if you've sat through to this long, seen our takes, our conclusions on it, you can at least understand, if you didn't before, where people who are critical of this game are coming from, right? Because I know there were people who were, like, very defensive of this game. And I understand that, maybe the wavelength, maybe you jive with the vision they had for this, the prescribed way, and I keep coming back to this line, the prescribed way in which it was meant to be played, maybe that really appealed to you in particular, and that's great. If you enjoyed this, if you loved this, I'm happy for you, right? But I think this is a case where you can see every inch of the sausage getting made as we work our way through this game, as we come to our conclusions on it, as we give our thoughts, and I hope that goes some sort of way in clarifying what we think concretely doesn't work about it, and what hang-ups a more casual player who is not like a MegaMan superfan, who is not on that wavelength, might run into. That's all I can hope for with this, is that we've at least made a case in somewhat measured language, barring my getting this straight up furious within the first episode, which that's gonna happen. So thank you for coming along with us. Thank you for giving it the time as we did. Thank you for giving us the time to get through it, and to give our extended, expansive, concluded thoughts on it and so forth. That's the Bad Game Hall of Fame motto. I feel like we gave this game its due process as much as is possible. I feel like we gave it as fair a shake as it was gonna get. And, all that being said and done, still think it's a stinker personally, but your mileage may vary. So hey, we should take a look at the stream schedule. We should take a look to Thursday, July 9th, where I know I'd been fading, dragging out the process of starting You Are Empty, and we're going to drag it out even longer. We're going to change games. We are switching over to Damnation, the other winner. It did tie. We had a patron poll where 2 games tied. It was You Are Empty and Damnation in our Adventures in Alt History poll. So we are going with Damnation, which is Civil War steampunk alt history that we will be all hands on deck for. That should make for a fun playthrough. That does not have nearly as much in the way of research I have to do for it, though there are some insights. There is a little bit that I will want to cover when it comes to that subject. So please tune in July 9th, Thursday, for the first episode of that new playthrough. It'll be a hell of a time. Saturday, July 11th, should, with any luck at all, be the 20th installment of our Fight Night series, the show in which Johnny and Charkie, or any other people who happen to be guesting on that episode, who happen to be part of that series, fight each other in fighting games. They each bring 3 games to the table. We keep score. It's a fun time. Even if we're not, the most professional fighting game players, I do stand by that series as a way of getting some quick looks at some goofy-ass fighting games. And I do hope people will tune in for that as well. Monday, July 13th, you can tune in for a Casual Monday, the show where we play not-so-bad games, shoot the shit a little more casually, so on, so forth. And that'll bring us back around to Tuesday, a week from now, July 14th, which I was hoping to have a playthrough decided now that I could start to hype up now. I don't believe I have one at this current juncture. But we will figure out something. We will start something. Might actually do a one-off, because I will tell you that this is 2 weeks in advance. We don't usually give this much notice. But Tuesday, July 21st, we will in fact be celebrating the anniversary of Bad Rats. So that's one to look forward to. That's one where we're going to have a history section. That's one where we will play through the whole game in one episode. I think we can do that as a one-off, solve the puzzles, so on and so forth. And that's another one of those big name bad games. So please to look forward to that. And that'll come in due time. That's as far ahead to the future. Oh, it hurts my head to look into the future. To use my psychic abilities to look at the future, it hurts so bad. That's as far ahead as I can look. So with that, we will say, hey, if you like what you saw here tonight, you might consider joining our Discord server. That's discord.gg/BGHOF, a community of connoisseurs, talk good games, bad games, every game between, things that aren't video games. Or join our Bad Game Club. If you must do the video game thing, you can join our Bad Game Club, where, Johnny, what are folk playing this month? What are folk in the community commiserating over, sharing tips and tricks about?
After previously looking at Upon the Next Level on PlayStation 1, we are looking at the follow-up Breakout. Breakout's been reinvented. They did a Charkie. They made your least favorite game. They made it good for the PlayStation 1. All modern.
Hey,
new...
I'm not doing this month.
For the new millennium. Breakout your Namco Nejcon or Jogcon. I know you have one. It works with it.
Statistically, among our fan base of fucking nerds, of preservationists and historians and real hardware sickos, there is a non-zero chance that someone listening to this right now has an NEG-Con controller.
Yeah, and getting on some balls and paddles. But, if that's not what you're into, then, look forward to next month where there'll be a different game. I promise it is not a third ball and paddle reinvention for the PlayStation 1.
Thank God. You were already tempting fate when you announced that one, boy howdy. But yes, new bad game every month, and it is a good time. It's a good community event. I'm happy that we get to host that. And hey, if you really like what you saw here tonight, you might consider financially supporting the show by pledging on Patreon, subscribing on Twitch, or becoming a member on YouTube. Any or all of the above will grant you access on the Discord server to a Patreon Saints channel, wherein you can vote in polls to determine our playthroughs, make suggestions to help steer the direction of the show, gain access to exclusive content, primarily by way of VODs, primarily by way of our Casual Mondays archive currently nearing 180 hours of exclusive VOD content just with that show alone, though we are working on further financial incentives, further offerings, further reasons to support us in that way. And there's also the warm, fuzzy feeling you get from supporting a show like ours for keeping the arts alive, for funding the arts as we put them on, for keeping us in bad games, really, for keeping the Schadenfreude going, for keeping us this torture machine that is the Bad Game Hall of Fame going. And, as torturous as it can be sometimes, we do genuinely thank those of you who are able to support us in that way, who help keep the lights on at the Bad Game Hall of Fame. We're happy to keep putting the show on. As long as there's an interest in it, as long as there's an audience, as long as there are people who are as passionate about bad games and getting to the bottom of them as we are, we're privileged to do it. But you may not be able to financially support us, and we completely understand if that is the case. If you're still looking for a way to support the show that is free, might we recommend going over to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/@BadGameHallOfFame. And in particular, we have a suggested viewing playlist. This is 20 handpicked episodes of the show that we think make for some of the best onboarding onto this here show of ours that are fit to share with folk who might go for video game stream archives in the 3 to 4 hour range, etc. Or maybe someone, maybe Keiji Inafune. If you happen to know Keiji Inafune, if you can get him on the horn and say, hey, there's these people, they did a playthrough of your game. It's, 10 hours long. But, Keiji, you're not up to much. You're an executive officer. You're not really doing any real work. Watch this playthrough. See what they have to say. Maybe take some takeaways from it. And if you are, in fact, Keiji Inafune, if you made it this far, thank you. Please stay out of game design. Please don't try to direct another game.
Finish Red Ash.
Finish Red Ash. Finish your vegetables before you have your desserts. We leave it to your discretion, dear viewers. I think that's gonna do it. I think we're good. I think that is the end of our show tonight. I think I will say thank you one last time. And now we will sign off. I have been Call of Cassidy. Call as in like the robot girl.
I've been Charkie, but with an X.
And I've been a loser baby, so why don't you kill me? in Mighty Number 9's online battle mode, Johnny Backhead.
Should have gone with Johnny Beckhead for that.
I know, but I wanted to make a Beck reference.
That's why I said Johnny Beckhead. That would have been a...
That's lazy, come on.
Best not to question it.
All right, folks. We'll see you later on down the line. Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Toodles!